Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. As we are about to begin, please remain online and please keep your microphone muted. There will be a Q&A slot after every session. You may post your questions on the Q&A chat box. Your cooperation is highly appreciated. The conference is going to start at 9:50 a.m. And while you're waiting, please enjoy the video presentations about the Royal Professor Unku Aziz and the Unku Aziz Center.
The first conference in the University of Malaya where we are paying very close attention to these government policies. And I'm happy to note that this conference will pay a lot of attention to what we're going to do or how we're going to interpret to the shared prosperity vision.
Now, many of us here today, if not all, still remember how Pak Unku introduced the Sarong Index. Yeah? This forum will need to address and answer so that at least in the Malaysian context, we understand what we mean by inequality.
Equally important for me is not so much inequality as such, but the disparity and the imbalances in the way we discuss inequality. This is definitely an important opportunity to look beyond inequality, because inequality has a mental construct. The other side of it is egalitarianism.
Should government still maintain that hands-off, let the market rule and decide and create the utopia, when we see that there is certainly a failure in this context?
And the key question you always have to ask there, and comes out of the political economy of social policy, is where are the middle classes or the middle section of the income distribution accessing their healthcare? Because if they are opting for the private option, the chances are the public option will be very under-resourced, poor quality, and even poor people will try and avoid it if they can.
If income is a very fragile measure to predict mobility, do you have anything on assets is a better estimates on the question of mobility and socio-economic mobility for the family?
Capturing income data is hard enough. So I think we need to think about it together on how do you capture this more valuable information, maybe not resorting only to household survey data, but also looking into administrative data.
But the key point here, and it's clear that a static decomposition can tell us how much inequality and poverty will evolve over time.
Said that the most successful period in social mobility is during the NEP period. So, what other conclusions can we make or bring forward from your presentation?
On the new economic policy, I agree with what you said. I was also intrigued by the presentation yesterday from KRO on mobility. And I think that's been important. That's not something I talked about today, but it's under the surface of all these calculations, and it's certainly an issue. I guess my view is, as I said, it's largely run its course. I don't think in terms of poverty reduction, but in terms of other objectives, you could say, yeah, we still need to be much more ethnically, we need to maintain ethnic consciousness in all aspects of policy. Maybe you could argue that.
What you think are the key principles and considerations that policymakers should keep in mind when we want to try to solve the issues of development, and whether or not targeting should really be the way to go?
People do not believe the poverty rate is 0%. I do not believe it. If I'm fiscally constrained, I cannot afford, I have a job, working, wife working, no savings. I'm not entitled for bantuan serai hidup, not considered poor, but I feel poor. I cannot make choices. But the data doesn't capture that. That is a subjective part of measurement of poverty that we discuss.
Come to an end of the session. I thank you very much and I look forward to seeing you again. Thank you.
Jenazah tokoh ekonomi dan pendidikan negara Profesor Diraja Ungku Abdul Aziz Ungku Abdul Hamid selamat dikebumikan kira-kira jam 10 malam tadi. Jenazah dikebumikan di Tanah Perkuburan Islam Bukit Kiara, Ibu Negara.
Lapan kotak hile mudik, dayung patah galang sebatang. Ikhtiar tidak datang menggolek, akal tidak datang melayang. That you must remember.
Universiti Malaya and Top Management. Yang berbahagia Profesor Dato' Insinyur Dr. Muhammad Hamdi Abdul Syukur, the Vice Chancellor Universiti Malaya. Yang berbahagia Profesor Dr. Sabri Musa, the Acting Deputy Vice Chancellor in Research and Innovation Universiti Malaya. Yang berusaha Dr. Rohana Jani, the Acting Director from the Ungku Aziz Center for Development Studies. Distinguished guests yang berbahagia Tan Sri Dr. Zeti Aziz, the Co-Chair Board of Governors Asia School of Business. Yang berbahagia Distinguished Professor Dr. Syamsul Amri Baharudin from the Institute of Ethnic Studies, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia. Our honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ungku Aziz Center International Conference on Poverty, Inequality and Development, UACIC 2021, with the theme Development Through the Lens of Professor Ungku Aziz, a man ahead of his time. The main objective of this conference is to bring scholars from various expertise to address recent developments in their respective fields. This conference will provide an ideal platform for dialogue and discussions on effective policies, on its initiations and its challenges among practitioners, researchers, academics, scholars, activists, economists, policymakers, educators, and government officials from different disciplines, approaches, backgrounds, and experiences around the world. Before we begin, I would like to invite Mr. Shazril Nazwan to recite a dua. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Subhanaka la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana innaka antal alimul hakim. Ya Allah, Ya Karim, Ya Wadud, we would like to express our deep gratitude to you for allowing us to attend today's program, UAC International Conference on Poverty, Inequality and Development UACIC 2021. Allahumma Ya Allah, make the days that we are going through, starting with your mercy, continue with your blessing, and end with your forgiveness, and also make these days go through with guidance and end with the victory of excellence. Ya Latif, Ya Rahman, please bless us with tawfiq and hidayah. Please guide us, please guide Universiti Malaya to greatness, peace, glory, and prosperity. Make a responsible intellectual. Grant us with valuable knowledge that will be beneficial to mankind to gain your mardatillah. May us your righteous servant that follow your commands and neglect the sinful act. Please forgive us for our wrongdoing. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuma wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma wa la taj'al fina wa la ma'ana shaqiyan wa la matrudan wa la mahruma. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين تقبل الله منكم.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Professor Dr. Sabri Musa, the Acting Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation, Universiti Malaya, to deliver his welcoming speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Yang berbahagia, Board of Directors Universiti Malaya, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Dr. Muhammad Hamdi Abdul Syukur, Vice Chancellor Universiti Malaya, Top Management Universiti Malaya, Dr. Rohana Jani, Acting Directors of UACIC Center for Development Studies, the founders of the Royal Professor UACIC Chair, honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, selamat datang and a very good morning to all participants to the UAC International Conference of Poverty, Inequality and Development, UACIC 2021. It is a great pleasure for me to join you here today. I would like to express my gratitude to the UACIC Center for Development Studies, UAC, or formerly known as the Center of Poverty and Development Studies, for organizing this conference. This conference is part of the UAC's effort to disseminate knowledge about poverty, inequality, and development studies. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today I am honored to share a brief history of the UAC's establishment. The Royal Professor UACIC Chair, RP UAC, was established in 2006 at the Faculty of Economics and Administration, University of Malaya, to honor the contributions of Professor UACIC in the field of education and economic development, especially rural development and poverty. Since 2016, the Centre has undertaken steps to develop and further expand the field of development studies to reflect its interdisciplinary natures, to attract wider participations, to engage young minds, and to go beyond a monodisciplinary approach to development. Therefore, this year's UACIC 2021 is designed to be a platform where complex development issues that are of pressing concerns can be discussed, ideas can be exchanged, and ways forward can be identified to ensure that the development goals of the nation can be achieved. The theme of the conference is identified from the cross-cutting topics that fall within the research pillars of the Center of Poverty and Sustainable Development, Inequality, Distributions and Social Mobility, Labour and Human Capital, Gender Development and Group Vulnerability, Human Security, Development and Social Policy, Political Economy, Growth and Wealth Creations, and Culture and Development. These pillars of the UACIC Center of Development Studies represents the center's evolution and the dynamism of the field of study. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, poverty and inequality have recently been making headlines on a daily basis. Various reports on global poverty and inequality have emerged from the United Nations, the World Bank, Oxfam International, the World Inequality Lab, to name a few. These reports have attracted much attention and debate regarding their validity and implications. There is also voluminous research and literature on inequality worldwide. Why poverty and inequality? What is inequality and equality? Is inequality rising or declining? How do we measure poverty and inequality? Is there a shared meaning of inequality? Is there poverty where there is inequality? What are the best strategies to tackle poverty and inequality? Pak Engku has asked these pertinent questions in his work on income redistribution, wage, fiscal and social security policies, and their complex interacting relationships to the concept and meaning of development. These questions are indeed still relevant to Malaysia today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as is evident globally, while an unprecedented number of people have escaped poverty, hunger and disease, the world is observing protest and frustration due to unmet economic needs, such as the rising cost and standard of living. What is clear is that increasing poverty and inequality, especially in times of crisis, provokes dissatisfaction among those who see themselves as being left out and have led to political instability that adversely affects the economic and social foundation and development. Addressing poverty and inequality is urgent. I'm looking forward to the conference sharing of ideas and thoughts. I hope that all of us will use this conference as a helpful platform to share knowledge and discuss new ideas, particularly when it comes to solving the issues of inequality. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic continues to negatively impact low-income families and their socio-economic conditions, for around half of the household continues to deteriorate in Malaysia. Income levels among female-headed households and households headed by persons with disabilities are now 24% and 36% lower respectively than at the end of 2019. Moreover, many households whose earnings are somewhat above the official poverty line are experiencing difficulties in meeting their basic needs. Therefore, we need to reimagine social protection for the most vulnerable in Malaysia, including through an expansions of coverage of income support for low-income families, provisions of targeted livelihood supports, particularly for the self-employed, female-headed households and disabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to conclude my welcome remarks by expressing my heartfelt gratitude to all panelists, participants, and the UACIC 2021 organizers. To all distinguished panelists and speakers, I thank you for your precious involvement, and to participants, please embrace the flow of knowledge and ideas you are about to experience. I wish all of you the great success and fruitful deliberations. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Sabri Musa, for the wonderful welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like to invite Yang Berbahagia Professor Dato' Insinyur Dr. Muhammad Hamdi Abdul Syukur, the Vice Chancellor Universiti Malaya, to deliver his speech and officiate today's conference. Please welcome, Prof.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And salam sejahtera. Our Board of Directors, Top Management Universiti Malaya, Professor Dr. Sabri Musa, Acting Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation, Universiti Malaya, Dr. Rohana Jani, Acting Director of Unku Aziz Centre for Development Studies, UAC, and honourable speakers. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to wish everyone a warm welcome to the UAC International Conference on Poverty, Inequality and Development, UACIC 2021. I would like to congratulate the Unku Aziz Centre for Development Studies, UAC, Office of Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation, Universiti Malaya, for organising this conference. This event is particularly important as Malaysia is currently grappling with major economic challenges due to the pandemic. This is not just another special event for UAC and Universiti Malaya to reflect on the contributions of the late Royal Professor Unku Abdul Aziz on poverty, inequality and development, but this is a platform where development issues that are of pressing concern are to be discussed. Exchange of ideas on pertinent social and economic problems confronting the rakyat, and identifying way forward to ensure that the current economic problems and solution can be found and the nation's development goals can be achieved. The conference theme is chosen from among the cross-cutting topics that fall under the Centre's research pillars. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, of late without fail, poverty and inequality are making the news on a regular basis in Malaysia and globally. After almost 2 years into the COVID-19 pandemic, the twin economic and health crisis had caused poverty and inequality to accelerate between and within countries. As a result, the country's economy during the RMK 11 period only grew at an average rate of 2.7% per year. In 2020, Malaysia's poverty rate spiked to 8.4% from 5.6% in 2019. The pandemic had disrupted many people's income and exposed them to poverty, especially those in the B40 and in the vulnerable categories. Approximately 20% of households in Malaysia's M40 group have moved to the B40 group. As indicated by world leaders and economists, the pandemic not only brought suffering and challenges, but also opens a window of opportunities for Malaysia to take corrective measures and to recover and to ensure the regeneration of Malaysia's economy. Malaysia is ambitious in its quest to promote inclusive development, as evident from the economic policies and development models in the RMK 11 and the current RMK 12. Among other things, addressing the needs of the bottom 40% of households and reducing income disparities, and continued commitment to sustainable growth, along with fair and equitable distribution across income groups, ethnicities, and regions. The Malaysian family approach and direction recently launched by our Prime Minister aim to strengthen political stability and unite the rakyat. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, addressing poverty and inequality is urgent, as only by ensuring the achievements of poverty and inequality reductions will the achievements of the development goals be assured. I look forward to the exchange of ideas and insights throughout the conference. I hope all of us will leverage the conference as a valuable platform to share information and discuss new ideas, especially in addressing the issue of poverty, inequality, and development that our country is facing today. Once again, I would like to congratulate the organizer of UACIC 2021 for taking the initiative to organize this conference amidst COVID-19 challenges. To all distinguished panel of speakers within and beyond our shores, I thank you for your precious involvement, and to participants, please embrace the flow of knowledge and ideas you are about to experience. I wish all of you great success and fruitful deliberations. May God Almighty bless us all on our effort, and with Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, in the name of Allah, the most righteous, most merciful, I declare the UAC International Conference on Poverty, Inequality and Development 2021 officially open. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
The late Royal Professor Unku Abdul Aziz Unku Abdul Hamid is very well known for his outstanding contribution to the field of education and economy in Malaysia. We have gathered prominent speakers who will pay special tributes to Royal Professor Unku Abdul Aziz for his contributions in various fields.
Pak Unku was very clear why this had to be done. To undertake research of complex problems in the world, he felt the need to adopt a multidisciplinary approach. For Pak Unku, in a university, if we are to reform tertiary education to promote truly meaningful research, the right kind of institutions have to be created.
Personally, I'm proud to be one of his students in world economics at this university in the 1960s. And it is an honor indeed to be educated by a great man like Almarhum Pak Unku. One of his most important contributions that distinguished himself as a great scholar. The Sarong Index also helped us to focus our attention on the need to eradicate poverty, a major perennial social problem in our country in the past decades.
Proposed a strategy to assist poor Muslims who wanted to perform the Hajj. In 1959, Ungu submitted a memo called a Pilgrim's Economy Improvement Plan, and he submitted this to the government. The Pilgrim's Economic Welfare Committee studied it, and in 1962 adopted the plan, resulting in the establishment of what was later to be called the Tabung Haji.
I think it's not wrong to begin with his role in the establishment of the Dewan Bahasa dan Pustaka and his role in the promotion of Malay letters. Having been born and spending his first few years of life in London, of a mother who was originally French and a grandmother who was Circassian, it is not surprising if he had taken a different path. But he chose to take a path less well taken, which was to dedicate himself to this country.
My father's greatest contribution has already been mentioned at length, and it relates to his pioneering works on poverty, poverty eradication, and rural development that can be found in his writing since the early 1950s, led to the implementation of policies for the eradication of poverty and for rural development and for balanced growth. This is his legacy. His research showed that poverty amongst the poor not only affect the lives of these segments of the population, but it also affected their future prospects. He also stressed that although poverty was not confined to any racial group, it was most severe amongst the Malays that predominantly were in the rural areas. After leaving the university, my father continued to focus his attention on the development of the cooperative movement in Malaysia, while having an active role in the regional and international cooperative bodies.
On behalf of the Unku Aziz Center for Development Studies at this prestigious event, this tribute marked the beginning of more discussions, dialogues, and debate on poverty, inequality, and related issues by organizing the forthcoming Unku Aziz Intellectual Discourse 2021, but that will be undertaken by the UACIC through several platforms. And to conclude with a conference to be held at the end of the year, 2021, inshallah, with keynotes by prominent academics and speakers who have dealt with issues similar to the ones Pak Unku's research. We will review the papers published by Pak Unku and will look into putting them together as a reader on his research. We will look to getting UIM Press to publish this, if possible, at the conference to be held in memory of his scholarly work.
In the 1960s, when Pak Unku was doing his research, half the population in Malaysia was poor. Pak Ungku was talking about his development ideas. He also was one of the key contributors to the new economic policy, which was introduced in 1970 as a mechanism to deal with the issues of poverty as well as inequitable development. He taught us to appreciate the complexity of problems facing Malaysia, indeed the world, the emerging economies of the world. And as he noted, it's a complex web of interconnected issues that go to the making of these problems. One institution that was created to focus research that Pak Ungku was committed to was this center, the Ungku Aziz Center for Development Studies.
Pada tahun 1951, Ungku menulis tentang tabiat menabung di kalangan penduduk desa, some aspects of Malaysian rural economy related to measures of mobilizing rural savings. Kertas ini dan cadangan yang berikutnya telah mendorong penubuhan lembaga tabung haji. Ungku juga banyak terlibat dengan pembangunan desa kerana beliau banyak bercampur dengan pembuat dasar kerajaan. Beliau juga menduduki beberapa jawatan kuasa seperti Raida, Fama dan juga Majlis Perundingan Negara.
I just want to focus on Prof. Ungku's work in the cooperative sector, building up the cooperative movement. He felt that could be the third sector of the economy, and he went on to helm Angkasa for almost 40 years. And the cooperative movement in Malaysia owes much of its development and its growth to the work.
So the health dimension comes into it, and it clearly shows to us if we do not handle economics, if we only handle poverty purely from an income perspective and forgetting about other aspects that which Ungku Aziz, he himself, as what Sulo had mentioned, he talked about nutrition. Much of Malaysia's success at poverty eradication was on the back of our economic performance. So if we do not do well in our economy, our poverty eradication is going to suffer.
And I want to talk about nutrition. When he started, when he was a Vice Chancellor of the University of Malaya, we had food, we had cafeteria, yeah? So food is part of the feast.
Thank you, Professor Dato' Insinyur Dr. Muhammad Hamdi Abdul Syukur for the officiating speech. We'd like to thank Pusat Teknologi Maklumat UM, Madam Wan Nabila Nadia, and UAC staff, Mr. Muhammad Shukran Muhammad Rosli, for the video montage. Ladies and gentlemen, the UACIC 2021 is now in session. For the first keynote session, the theme is Poverty, Inequality, and Development in Malaysia. And the topic is Rising Inequalities in the Aftermath of COVID-19. It is my great pleasure to invite Yang Berbahagia Distinguished Professor Dr. Shamsul Amri to chair the keynote session by Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Dr. Zeti Aziz. Please welcome.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi and a very good morning. Board of Directors and top management Universiti Malaya, Yang Berbahagia Profesor Dato' Insinyur Dr. Muhammad Hamdi Abdul Syukur, Vice Chancellor Universiti Malaya, Yang Berbahagia Profesor Dr. Sabri Musa, Acting Deputy Vice Chancellor in Research and Innovation, Universiti Malaya, Yang Berbahagia Dr. Rohana Jani, Acting Director Ungku Aziz Center for Development Studies, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Dr. Zeti Aziz, Co-Chair Board of Governors, Asia School of Business, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is the second time I'm participating in an activity organized by UAC. The first was in 2019 as a speaker. And today I'm honored to be the moderator for the keynote address by Tan Sri Dr. Zeti Aziz with the title the rising inequalities in the aftermath of COVID-19. I know many people already know who she is and how important she is to Malaysia. Let me give just a brief introduction, which is not fair if I don't do that, because I think we have to remind that she has been served as a governor of Bank Negara for 16 years, 2000 to 2016. She's also known for her role as successfully managing the Asian financial crisis and the strong economic recovery that followed. She was also instrumental in transforming the Malaysian financial system and building its resilience. In her career at a bank that spanned 35 years, she was a chief economist, head of the bank's office in London from 89 to 94 and held senior position responsible for economic, reserve management, foreign exchange and money market operations and foreign exchange administration. Now she has retired. I mean, legally called retired, but officially I don't think she has retired. You can't retire from thinking. So I think what we are going to listen today is a very important reflection from all those years of experience she has built, not only as a daughter of Professor Ungu Aziz, but also as officer of the bank and as a thinker in the future of economics and economies in this country. So today, she's going to speak on rising inequalities in the aftermath of COVID-19, a topic which very much in the mind of everybody. So I would like to invite Tan Sri Dr. Zeti Aziz to deliver her keynote. Please.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, rising income inequality is a known consequence of any financial and economic crisis. The disruptive and devastating effects of such a crisis are generally concentrated on the most vulnerable segments of society. The lower and middle income groups tend to be disproportionately affected during such crises. This is evident in both the advanced and developing economies. While the world has always given priority to addressing this economic and social challenge, this trend of rising inequalities has now become a more pronounced occurrence in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. Addressing income inequality has been recognized as a key issue that needs to be resolved if a sustainable growth and development is to be achieved. Over time, the widening of income inequalities is known to not only hurt the prospects for overall growth, but could in turn become a destabilizing force. Addressing poverty and income inequality received significant global attention with the adoption of the Millennium Development Goals in the year 2000. Building on this was the Sustainable Development Goals adopted in 2015 by all United Nations member states. It was a call for action to eradicate poverty and other deprivations and was considered a landmark blueprint in the efforts to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. This recent global health pandemic has evolved into a crisis that is unlike any that the world has ever experienced. From a health crisis, it has become a severe economic and humanitarian crisis of unprecedented proportions. In addition, transformative developments prompted by the crisis has also contributed to further rise in income inequality.
My remarks today will be in three parts. Firstly, to discuss the current crisis and how it has manifested itself this time round. It is different. Second, to discuss the global response to the crisis and whether the trend of rising inequalities is being addressed. The final part of my remarks will be to discuss the suggested solutions found in the writings of Royal Professor Ungku Aziz since the 1950s and their continued relevance in addressing this contemporary issue of income inequality that is now confronting the world. Turning to the manifestations of this COVID-induced crisis and how it is different this time round. This crisis has been described as causing the deepest economic recession since the Great Depression, while the economic contractions have not actually been as significant as that experienced in previous crises. It has never occurred at the speed and the extent in such short periods of time. In Malaysia, the second quarter in 2020 has seen an economic contraction of 17% in just one quarter. Secondly, practically no country has been exempted from this crisis. It has been a synchronized global economic setback. More than 90% of the countries in the world experience a recession. Globalization has demonstrated the degree of interconnectivity prevailing in the world as the disease has, in its various different variants, continues to spread in the different parts of the world with its adverse consequences on economies. Different parts of the world have also previously experienced protracted crises. The nature of this crisis has, however, been different. The Asian financial crisis, for example, lasted for almost 2 years, but it was followed by a V-shaped recovery. And the financial crisis in the advanced economies in the year 2008-2009 also saw their conditions prolonged, but following the implementation of unprecedented and unconventional policies, conditions were stabilized, although the growth that followed remained weak for an extended period of time. In this current pandemic and crisis, the periodic resurgence of the pandemic that had to be accompanied by shutdowns continue to hamper the recovery process. The initial shutdowns had brought economies to a grinding halt. Simultaneously, the pandemic resulted in health and social crises with major humanitarian consequences. While healthcare systems became overwhelmed, staggering societal disruptions affected living conditions. The crisis also prompted significant transformative changes. With accelerated leverage on technology, it has dramatically changed the way in which business is conducted, how we live and work, how education is being delivered, how we communicate, and our overall way of life. The differential access to such technologies has exacerbated the rising inequality. Developments in financial markets further reinforces this trend. Financial markets have tended to recover faster than the economic activity. This is especially true when the crisis does not originate from the financial system. Owners of financial assets tend to benefit in relative terms compared to those that earn wages, which have known to stagnate during such periods of low growth. Economic sectors have also been affected. An important livelihood in many developing economies is tourism. With the halt of travel, the sector and other related industries have become depressed, contributing to further heightened inequality. A further economic development is the increase in inflation. Following pent-up demand, the bottlenecks and supply shortages, supply chain disruptions, and rising energy prices have resulted in an increase in inflation in many parts of the world. While there's no consensus as to whether this is a temporary or sustained phenomenon, what is acknowledged is the current implications on the lower and middle income groups. It results in a further erosion of their purchasing power, thereby worsening their relative income conditions. Finally, during the COVID crisis, when earnings are low, savings have had to be relied upon, while debts have also risen. Household savings are being depleted, while savings are also being tapped upon by small businesses and by major corporations, resulting in debts to rise to record levels. It will take years to restore sound financial conditions. Again, the most affected are the lower income groups. A further development during these times is the refocus on national interests versus international interests. But given that the international interconnectivity and interdependence is now at its strongest, this current global challenge demands for a global solution to bring a conclusive end to this crisis with a recovery that is inclusive and sustainable. Most economies have responded forcefully and swiftly to the eruption of the COVID-19 crisis. Given that the nature of the crisis and its manifestations are fundamentally different from that previously known, it had therefore demanded for a different policy approach. The initial policy response focused on the management of the pandemic itself, containing the spread of the infection and reducing the risks on lives. Public health systems were strengthened, communications on coping with the challenges of the environment were also heightened. The second set of policy measures were the financial and economic policy measures to provide relief and support to those households, workers, businesses, and sectors that were most affected by the crisis. The third set of policy measures related to those macroeconomic and financial measures that aimed to reignite economic growth. The fiscal stimulus introduced in most economies have been unprecedented. The world average direct fiscal support has accounted for about 10% of gross domestic product, with about 6% further involving non-fiscal measures such as guarantees, loans, and other financial schemes. These exceptional measures allowed economies to continue to function, albeit at growth levels that are highly subdued. For high-income countries, the fiscal stimulus support was even more aggressive, about 10 to 20% of GDP. For Malaysia, our direct fiscal stimulus was 6.2% of GDP, the highest in these recent 2 decades. While this massive global response has been a key life support that has prevented the slide to a deep depression and recession, the overall global growth performance has, however, been generally weak, with the growth prospects remaining subdued. The focus on policies has, for the most part, been on the immediate term, while the underlying structural vulnerabilities have continued to prevail. Underlying inequalities not only continue to be widespread, but have become more pronounced. This has arisen from job losses, stagnant wages, reduced incomes, and have been concentrated among the lower income groups. However, financial markets have also tended to recover faster than the overall economic activity. As a consequence, wealth inequality has also become more pronounced. Additionally, access to health, education, and new technologies has heightened the deprivations that further accentuates the inequality. Other underlying structural issues include rising indebtedness and low productivity that also needs to be addressed if a sustainable growth is to be achieved. Thus, while immediate term policies have been vital in managing this pandemic crisis and its devastating consequences, a more comprehensive approach is needed. Policies need to address the prevailing structural issues, as mentioned, of rising inequalities, low productivity, low adoption of technology, growing indebtedness, low access to quality education, and to have an enhanced pipeline for job creation. The structural changes brought about by urbanization has also brought new challenges. It has led to a new class of poverty, the urban poor. The increasing population densities of urban areas are giving rise to their own set of issues. During the COVID crisis, 90% of the cases worldwide are concentrated in the urban areas, particularly in the informal settlements and crowded low-cost housing centers. The issue of urban poverty that has become more acute following this pandemic thus now needs to be effectively managed. Addressing these structural challenges would be key to reversing the drivers of rising inequality. There's a need to define the broader economic and social goals and to develop a framework for how these goals might be achieved. There's no shortcut to delivering these desired and aspired results. It requires looking beyond the immediate term. Following the series of financial crises experienced in different parts of the world, wide-ranging financial reforms, institutional and structural changes were implemented. These were reinforced by the development of new policy tools. Cumulatively, these efforts have built resilient financial systems. Thus, this time round, despite the severity of the COVID-precipitated crisis, most financial systems around the world were able to absorb the aftershock. No financial crisis has yet erupted. We now have before us a health, economic, and humanitarian crisis. It is the longer-term solutions that will address our vulnerabilities and build our resilience to yield us a more sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, a major focus in the early writings of Royal Professor Nkwazis since the 1950s was on poverty, poverty eradication, and rural development. At the time of his writings, 3/4 of the population of our country lived in the rural areas where poverty was rampant and where rural development needed to be addressed. At the time the country gained independence in 1957, only 26% of the population lived in urban areas. Now, 64 years hence, Malaysia has experienced profound transformative changes, amongst which is the pace of urbanization. The population in urban areas had more than doubled to increase from 34% in 1971 to 77% by the year 2000. Now, only about a quarter of the population are living in rural areas. How relevant then are his ideas and proposed solutions to poverty and poverty eradication in this transformed world? And whether indeed the solutions that he had proposed would be relevant to the issue that has surfaced in our significantly transformed contemporary environment. With greater urbanization, new challenges have emerged. Amongst these challenges are the rising cost of living, particularly during periods of rising inflation. Secondly, insufficient job creation, particularly in relation to the rise of unemployment amongst the youth. And thirdly, is the provision of sufficient housing. This environment has given rise to a new class of poverty, urban poverty. Throughout the world, we are seeing the emergence of this new and growing class of poor, the urban poor or the urban poverty. Mentioned earlier is also that the majority of the cases that have occurred in urban area are in urban areas. Crowded spaces with higher degree of intermingling of people give rise to vulnerability to transmission. Cumulatively, these trends have contributed to the further rise in inequality. In his early works, the first set of solutions proposed relate to the institutional arrangements that affect the distribution of the margin between the producer, what the producer receives and what the consumer pays. He maintained that the prevalence of wide margins did not provide the incentive for producers to innovate, raise their level of productivity, and hence increase production. He also maintained that there were further costs that were incurred along the supply chain that included profiteering, predatory and exploitive actions, and corrupt practices. This was over and above the marketing and distribution, transportation, storage, and processing costs, and others necessary services. The institutional reforms that he discussed related to land ownership, land tenure, employment conditions and work conditions, and access to credit facilities. Two recent developments, the increased disclosure and transparency requirements and digitalization, would address some of these issues that he raised. It would reduce the potential prospects for pricing that is not commensurate with the value added, as well as irregular pricing practices that incurs further costs imposed from intermediaries. He did not just propose the institutional reforms, but he also propose the need for institutional building to address poverty and income inequality. And what has been mentioned earlier, it was from his paper on the mobilization of rural savings that he wrote in actually 1952, that was presented in Bangkok, that in 1956, he prepared the paper to propose to the government to set up the statutory body to mobilize these small savings. It was in March 1963 that Tabung Haji was established. As an investment corporation, it was a unique corporation. He had at the time recognized that income disparities had also risen from the difference income derived from capital and the income derived and earned from labor. And this divergence had become increasingly pronounced. Capital income was still and is still concentrated amongst the top 5% of our population, while the labor income is earned by the majority. During periods of stock market rallies, capital gains, which contributes to significant increase in wealth for shareholders, was, however, not generally translated into higher consumption demand, and this in turn does not stimulate new investment activity. Tabung Haji, the newly established institution, gave small savers the opportunity to access capital income, which on their own they would not have been able to do so. This was then a precursor to the establishment of Pemodalan Nasional Berhad, PNB, in 1978, which was established as a mutual trust fund with the similar objectives of mobilizing savings, which now provides access to not only domestic but international capital market incomes. He also then initiated the establishment of Angkasa, which was already mentioned, as part of the institutional development for the cooperative movement, not only to provide services to its members that actually reinforces creditworthiness when borrowing, but also its earnings were redeployed for capacity building in the cooperative movement. He also initiated wide-ranging, innovative, financially sustainable cooperative activities for the benefit of its membership that were part of for the advancement of the greater inclusion and balanced growth agenda. The second set of policies that he proposed are related to what he described as disguised starvation. In his paper, Poverty, Proteins, and Disguised Starvation, published in 1965, he discusses the consequences of undernourishment, malnutrition arising from protein deficiency. Low ability to put in effort and low resistance to disease. We maintain that there is a need to establish a certain capacity standard for social consumption. We added that this would be
No. I'm sorry, Tan Sri, we couldn't hear you. I'm sorry, Tan Sri, but we can't hear you.
The causality of protein and poverty was a cumulative spiral rather than what has always been described as a vicious circle. It takes turns at being the cause and effect. The spiral notion indicates the net consequences are cumulative and that it becomes a vicious spiral. the inadequate intake of proteins keeps down both the physical and mental support, and also results in being more prone to disease. This resulting mental and physical weakness keeps both the qualitative and quantitative labor output low. Weaknesses in weak initiative and innovation, he maintained, was dampened due to this diet deficiency, which would in turn affect their total income. The low earnings then does not generate sufficient income to afford a balanced protein diet or for the capital needed for the activity concerned. In highlighting the spirality of the protein poverty relationship, he had maintained that this malnutrition also included overeating, that also led to a deteriorating way of life. To eliminate this disguised undernourishment, several proposals were put forward to achieve the following goals. Firstly, to bring about progress and development to increase incomes so that proteins could actually be afforded. And this involved all the institutional arrangements that was discussed earlier that he had proposed. Second, for the effective and efficient production of high protein content foods that could be available at a lower cost. And this included livestock, poultry, fish, and vegetables. The third related to social psychology of eating, which needed to be a part of the education process. It is about persuading people to change their eating habits and their ideas about health. This whole structure needed to be revolutionized to bring about this transformation. In relation to this proposal, he also proposed that a daily meal be provided to every child for their physical and cognitive development and to build their resilience to chronic illnesses. Due to budget constraints, this proposal has only been partially implemented. Since 1976, children of B40 families in Malaysia are provided with a partial meal in the Rancangan Makanan Tambahan, while since 1989, milk was also provided. He maintained that scientific standards of nutrition requirements, calories, units of vitamins and minerals, and other nutrients, in addition to the unit of proteins needed, should be provided. Such programs in several advanced and developed economies have seen transformative results that have positively affected generations of their population, which in turn strengthened their economic status and the overall well-being of their peoples. His third and final contribution to that will mention today is to addressing income inequality, which were in the area of education. He devoted 40 years of his life to the University of Malaya, with 20 years as its Vice Chancellor, and his foresight in the development of various parts of the university are already well known. In the years that followed, the graduates have included public and business personalities of national prominence that have contributed significantly to the several years, decades of Malaysia's golden years. His time at the university has led to the development of both the arts and the sciences and to new studies and new collaborations. He also introduced a preparatory program for students from rural schools that did not have the foundations to pursue the physical sciences, and they were given this opportunity. During the current pandemic, which the education process has been significantly disrupted for almost 2 years, Learning has had to be conducted through virtual means. Education inequality during this period has become a major concern. It required being able to have access to the virtual programs and facilities. What would he have proposed in these circumstances? He himself, while in his 90s, had become highly computer and IT literate, analyzing more than 20,000 of the pantuns that he had compiled, analyzing it digitally using a sophisticated IT software. He would have therefore advocated for an accelerated program to be implemented nationwide to level the field for the access to digitalized education. An aspect of his role in education is the emphasis he placed on the development of the brain and the strengthening of the thinking potential of an individual. During his time at the university, he himself taught logic and thinking. In his research, this was further provide the reasoning that he highlighted on nutrition and how deprivation of nutrition reinforced poverty as it resulted in poor cognitive development. In his work on the brain, he coined the Malay word for the mind. It was minda. He believed that the importance of developing the mind to develop our intellectual capability. He also believed in being disciplined. He looked east before anyone else did, being impressed with their discipline and their capability for creating their potential. His ideas on institutional building and reforms, on addressing disguised starvation, and on education and the development of the mind has transcended time despite the radical and powerful forces that have continued to transform our environment. His ideas and proposed solutions, which have for several decades influenced the course of the eradication of poverty and our development plans and our economic and education system. His legacy still continues to be discussed and debated, and most certainly it continues to be a source from which powerful solutions can be derived while being contextualized in our now dramatically different environment. He suggested solutions that are now even more relevant following the global health pandemic, the climate change crisis, and the accelerated advancement in technology, which cumulatively has led to unimaginable changes to our lives and to how businesses is now being conducted. Containing the pandemic remains the most urgent issue confronting most economies. This is followed by the need to ensure the effective functioning of the economy and to reignite their growth performance, which has been disrupted by the pandemic. Rising inequality has become more pronounced, not only in the form of income inequality, but also in terms of the access to health facilities, to education, and to the advancement in technology. And all this has cumulatively reinforced this trend of rising inequalities. So while social and humanitarian interventions are needed, it is the structural policies that will address the fundamental underlying vulnerabilities that will yield the sustainable results. It is about meaningful value to society as a whole and to secure the economic prospects for every segment of society. The need to invest for the future is pivotal to the sustainability agenda. This is so as to ensure that the future progress and growth can be realized for our future generations. There are, however, as has been mentioned, no short-term solutions to addressing these rising inequalities. The challenge for policy is now to shift from being focused on the immediate term outcomes of providing relief and life support and to keeping the economy afloat to the recalibration of the policy mix to the longer term policies for addressing the fundamental structural issues, amongst which is to contain the trend of rising inequality. Ladies and gentlemen, while there's clarity in the goal towards achieving an inclusive growth, the challenge is in delivering this outcome. The management of solutions to the issues discussed are, however, not confined to the remit of any specific authority. It calls for the collective efforts by multiple authorities and agencies. Pivotal then is the coordination of the efforts to bring about a reduction in income inequality and to the rebuilding of society. This requires for clarity in the goals and targets to be achieved by the respective agencies and for the effective interface between these agencies. Clearly defined boundaries and that outlines the areas of responsibility and accountability are required. Within this framework, there needs to be the governance arrangements for effective management and implementation of the respective policies. These institutional arrangements with a high level of transparency to address the underlying vulnerabilities that have surfaced in the aftermath and give us the greatest potential to deliver inclusive growth that will bring about the benefit to our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tan Sri. I think what you have delivered is interesting to us for a number of reasons. Number one, you mentioned the profound consequences on public health and economic crisis as a result of the COVID-19. And what is more important from your speech is that you are emphasizing this is over and above existing already huge socio-economic challenges. So it's not just COVID and the challenges, but before that, as you know very well, and the moment you refer to late Professor Diraja's work, it's already about something that are with us, embedded in the way we organize our society. And of course, the most unexpected consequences, closed borders, spread of lockdown, emergencies, democracy suspended, chaos in education. I think you have addressed these issues quite succinctly. And I think the most important part is, as a social scientist, I hear about the pantun more than anything else. But I think this is the part of that I appreciate that you raised this, because what he does, what the late Professor Diraja did, was to address the need for the intellectual ability, not just solving economic problem, but there must be ideas, and how do you sharpen these ideas? That's where his idea about the mind and so on has become very relevant. And I find the last part of the speech is actually revealing, because some of these, many of us wouldn't know that he traversed into all these areas in order to come to what we only know, Tabung Haji and Angkasa. These are the two words we associate with him. But actually, he has done a lot more intellectually and touching the various strata of the society. And I think this is what we remember. I mean, I was in UM when he was a VC, so I understood what he meant. And I'm very happy that you managed to actually make his work, all of them, alive and relevant as we speak of the pandemic. And I think that is magnificent. Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite questions from the audience, if you have any. And I can see that in the chat, I'm looking for anyone. They're all saying all the good things. So I'm now in the question and answer session, but there's no question yet. But let me see. Before they ask this question, let me, not a question, but I give you some a little comments and queries that we have among the sociologists and anthropologists in this country, because we deal with the grassroots all the time. So all the issues that you raise are very important. But the divisiveness is beyond just economic. There's also an ethnic divisiveness, in a sense of it affects different ethnic groups in different sectors of the economy. And I think this is quite huge. What do you think of that? Because I think all the plans that we have, policies that we have, you think it should be recalibrated for that reason because of the pandemic?
Well, before, during the time that he was writing, of course, the majority of the poverty was experienced in the rural areas.
Yeah.
And the majority of those living in the rural areas were that of the Malays.
Yeah.
And therefore, a lot of these policies were targeted to addressing this inequality, because in order for a country to remain stable, there has to be cohesiveness.
Yep.
And cohesiveness can only come about if you have a balanced growth. And this is not unique just to Malaysia, because you have it in other countries. In fact, like highly high dense population countries where poverty is high. We know many countries experience these kind of issues. And therefore, what I did mention in the part of what is important is to have the goals and the aspirations and have this clearly defined. But what is more important is how this is actually going to be implemented.
Yeah.
That is the key.
Yeah.
And in the implementation, if we have the objectives and outcomes clearly defined, and this can be done because I had the experience of working with 15 government ministries and 47 agencies, government agencies, on the issue alone of small and medium scale enterprises.
Yes.
Because all these agencies and ministries were involved in building the capability of small businesses. But at the time that we were, and the interest that we had at the bank, central bank, was because there was the issue of excess of credit by small businesses.
Yeah.
But when we looked at it and we saw that their capability was low and their productivity was low and their contribution to growth was low, unlike countries, even like our neighbors in Thailand, for example, where the contribution to GDP by small businesses, SMEs, was 16%. In Malaysia, at that time, it was less than 10%. But when we outlined a framework that was led by the council, chaired by the Prime Minister, and that to address this issue, the contribution to GDP by SMEs is now more than 30%. And we want to be, our aspirations, and we need to be ambitious, need to be like a country like Germany, where the contribution to GDP of these small businesses are 50 to 60%.
So what I'm saying is, it doesn't transcend ethnic groups so long as we have clarity in our objectives, clarity in who is going to be responsible to addressing it, and how can we measure and what is their accountability. Having accountability of each agency and each ministry is very critical, and then measure it at the end of each year. And this process revolutionizes the whole approach and leads to results. And therefore, it should be focused on the outcomes. So if it is an outcome within specific groups, and that specific group is confined to specific ethnic groups, then there will be a clarity in understanding, and we should measure the results of the outcome.
Okay, thank you. I now have 3 questions, but I'll select the first one from Mr. Kanyasalan Siva Silan. As a collective, do you believe impactful change can happen without a challenge to the status quo? Would we require a climate crisis or anything drastically equivalent to enforce change?
Well, certainly such changes, if it is abrupt and a shock to the system, then it's going to be very painful. And I believe that in such circumstances, it's very, very challenging to emerge from it. And that is why in a crisis, you have to be anticipatory and then preemptive. You have to anticipate what is going to happen next and address it before it has happened. And therefore, I do not advocate for a disruptive, devastating or crisis to generate this kind of change. We already know what kind of change we need to have, and we should just persevere and do it. And I did mention in my presentation that we did it for the financial sector. Over 10 years, all of us in ASEAN, in other parts of the world. And so when the Europeans, and they like to call it, when they had the crisis of 2008 and 2009, they call it the global financial crisis. And I've told them time and again, that is an inaccurate description of the crisis. It was not a global financial crisis because in the Asia Pacific and in Latin America and so on, countries were affected by that crisis, but we ourselves did not experience a crisis because we did all the institutional reforms and the institutional building of financial markets and so on, so that we could survive and be resilient to this. And therefore, if we know what we need to do, we have a plan and we just persevere and do it. And this is how we can emerge being resilient. We can emerge dealing with these structural issues. Because if you plunge a country into what I call the tipping point, the point of no return, businesses close down. Businesses, there are foreclosures and bankruptcies and closures of businesses. To emerge from that will take a very long time. However, if you just scale back and experience a slowdown, you can rebuild again more easily. And therefore, no, not a drastic disruption to bring about change. Let us bring about change in a constructive manner.
Yeah. I have a next question. It's more specific. Many states here, I think many negris have reduced poverty significantly. In the case of Sabah, the state recorded the highest incidence of poverty in Malaysia. Sabah is among, on the other hand, the top contributor to Malaysia's GDP. in your point of view, what needs to be done to reduce inequality and so that we have a more balanced development in Malaysia? What should be the nation's priority? Interesting question for me. Yeah.
That is important because that is why it is not about growth that we want. Of course, we want to achieve some steady growth. And I've always described a steady growth as something between 4 to 6%. We don't want to have growth spike up due to like technology sector, which is a small sector but could generate high value added, or the energy sector. And this is confined to just certain sectors that press ahead and leaves behind the agriculture sector, the tourism sector, and so on. We don't want that kind of growth because that kind of growth is not sustainable. We want a steady growth trajectory that will bring benefit to all segments of society, and therefore this is what will bring sustainability of our growth and development process. And therefore, for countries like for states like Sabah and Sarawak, it is very important to look at what essentially are the levers that need to be pulled in order to address their levels of poverty, their levels of development. And while the three areas that have been mentioned, and two of them in particular that I like of Royal Professor's works is the one on education. Education opens doors to everyone and gives opportunities. And secondly is the nutrition and disguised starvation. Even if they have sufficient food, if it's not the right kind of food, then it will be the one that will lead to not the intellectual capability, the health resilience, or the ability to contribute value added to the economy.
Yes, I remember I was a buzzer at University of Malaya, Fort College for some time, and when you say about food, student preference sometimes not necessarily the best food, sometimes. But nevertheless, University of Malaya has provided this incredible system to allow students to have food regularly the whole day, even if they have no money in their pocket. So that's an interesting system. Now, the next question is an area where I want to move away from the education and poverty, but also on Islamic economics. This question comes from Mr. Muhammad Shafiq. He says, Tan Sri, I have come across statements by your esteemed father about how he hopes there could be further development in the field of Islamic economics to contribute to our collective challenge. Has he reflected further about this matter towards the later phase of his life?
Yes, of course, he recognizes the Islamic economics and Islamic finance, very much so. I mean, that was the basis on which Tabung Haji was established, that it respects the Sharia requirements. But what is important in Islamic economics is, and Islamic finance is, the very fact that an underlying economic, an underlying financial transactions is there has to be an economic activity. And therefore there's a close linkage between finance and economics, economic activity. And this is important because we've seen how financial crisis in the developed economies has unfolded, crises have unfolded when the finance runs ahead and doesn't reflect underlying economic activity. That means financial centers create wealth that is not based on, that is not commensurate with the growth in economic activity, whereas in Islamic economics and Islamic finance it is. And therefore it gives a basis for sustainable performance because of this foundation that it has.
Yeah, I think the next question is quite interesting question, just for interest. I think it's a good idea to give free education from primary school until PhD and abolish private education. I saw this fluctuation in fresh graduate, which is not good for Malaysia in the present economic circumstances. What do you think?
Pardon, I didn't get that question.
The question is, it is a good idea to give free education from primary school until PhD and abolish private education. I saw this fluctuation in fresh grads, which is not good for Malaysia economic circumstances.
Oh, with relate to private education?
It's about the education system, and then he also relates to probably unemployment. So this is the interesting part, yeah.
Yes, that is so. There has to be greater leveling of performance or delivery by our universities in comparison with private universities. And I know this only too well because, of course, private universities are very costly, their fees are high, but they are able to deliver education at the frontier of learning. And this is very important. And recently, I worked on a paper on Adam Smith, which is, as you know, has the invisible hand. But he said in the area of education, there needs to be competition to provide high quality education that is relevant to the current requirements of our economy. And therefore, if we don't transform education time and again, in the central bank, while I was there, especially during my term as governor, we transformed 3 times to be relevant to the environment. So universities also need to be like businesses, dynamic, because if you're not dynamic and meeting the new requirements and the new demands of what kind of graduates become highly employable, then, you know, we will be set back. And so there has to be a dynamic process that takes place in education, and more so acutely now with the rising of new issues and what kind of graduates do we want to produce? Certainly not the kind of graduates that were produced 10 years ago even, because the environment is now changed and it demands for a new kind of workforce. And so that is why we need to be highly dynamic. And yes, I believe that there has to be a fire underneath each university to make them respond to the new realities.
Last question. We let you go after this, and we go back to what basically Pak Ungku is interested in, what community development. I think that's what if I put together all his work in his ideas, it's all in the area what eventually we call community development. Yeah. So there is this, we at UITM, this from Rugaya, We at UiTM Selangor have been involved with community engagement projects for capacity development for years. We find that poverty alleviation plans in rural areas are very slow in implementation. Please advise and comment. Perhaps this was supposed to be for the minister, but never mind. I think you can give some ideas how to respond to this. Please, Tan Sri.
Yes. From what I know and my experience in effective implementation, it's all about effective implementation.
Yeah.
And that is why I touched on it at the conclusion of my presentation, is goals have to be defined with clarity. Then the accountability of achieving these goals is not by one agency or one ministry or by any particular person or corporation. It is the collective efforts. And therefore, there has to be a governance structure where there's interface, and there has to be a monitoring of the progress. And then if the progress is not being achieved, to look at the reasons for why it has not been achieved. And in this way, we, in the bank, in the central bank, we used to have a software, I think, called iPrompt. It's probably out of date now. It was in the early 2000s that we introduced it, where we monitored about 120 projects. And I should say, when we monitored it every month and we had a steering committee and look at the progress of each of these outcomes that we wanted to achieve, we achieved all 119 of them. I always thought that this was one of the most amazing things to transform our financial system. And I think this is the way that any implementation needs to be. It's clarity of objectives and outcomes. It's what actions need to be taken, by whom, and who is responsible and accountable for it, and then held accountable for it in the monitoring and progress. And most of all now, which is prevalent now, which wasn't before, is the scrutiny that can be made to hold people accountable for their area of responsibility.
Thank you, Tan Sri. I think you have answered all the questions very well, and we hope I can see from the comments. You don't see it, I see, and from the comments, they are very grateful to you for giving this explanation and your ideas. And mostly, we are very happy to learn more and to be reminded of the work of the late Royal Professor. I think this is the take home for us, listening to you, because I think many knows him, many remembers him, but I don't think that many knows how deep he has contributed to the country. Except, as I said, the two things, tabung haji and kasa. This is the standard iconic symbols that we associate with the late Pak Ungku. But generally, I think today you have opened up again the discussion beyond, because I mean the topic, when I saw the first time the topic conference on poverty, inequality and development, I can't help but feel a bit pessimistic because of the COVID situation. But again, you have given us some ideas how to deal with this and how the late Pak Ungku actually, as they say, his ideas are more advanced than what we imagine. And we go back to the basic, food and education. You have to look after these two. It's like the magic solution that we have to continue to have. Or in some sociologists' explanation, is the safety net for the country, in a sense. So I think this is what we have gained today. I'm on behalf of the organizer, UACIC Center for Development Studies, and also for the organizer, we say thank you to you. Terima kasih Tan Sri taking the time this
It's
morning.
been my honor. It's been
Yeah.
my honor to participate.
Yes, and then we hope this is not the last time. Perhaps the next time we come back, this time with an interview on his pantun. I think this is very good, so that the people don't think it is only about development, it's also about idea. It's about intellectuality at the root of the intellectual in this country. For example. Terima kasih, thank you very much. Thank you to everyone. And I hope we have enjoyed today. And finally, goodbye then. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you very much, Tan Sri and Professor Datuk, for the very interesting session. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a short break until 11:40 before we resume with the first session. See you soon.
I can leave.
The late Royal Professor Unku Abdul Aziz Unku Abdul Hamid is a very well known for his outstanding contribution to the field of education and economy in Malaysia. We have gathered prominent speakers who will pay special tributes to Royal Professor Unku Abdul Aziz for his contributions in various fields.
Pak Unku was very clear why this had to be done. To undertake research of complex problems in the world, he felt the need to adopt a multidisciplinary approach. For Pak Unku, in a university, if we are to reform tertiary education to promote truly meaningful research, the right kind of institutions have to be created.
Personally, I'm proud to be one of his students in world economics at this university in the 1960s. And it is an honor indeed to be educated by a great man like Almarhum Pak Unku. One of his most important contributions that distinguished himself as a great scholar. The Sarong Index also helped us to focus our attention on the need to eradicate poverty, a major perennial social problem in our country in the past decades.
Unku proposed a strategy to assist poor Muslims who wanted to perform the Hajj. In 1959, Unku submitted a memo called a Pilgrim's Economy Improvement Plan, and he submitted this to the government. The Pilgrim's Economic Welfare Committee studied it, and in 1962 adopted the plan, resulting in the establishment of what was later to be called the Tabung Haji.
I think it's not wrong to begin with his role in the establishment of the Dewan Bahasa dan Pustaka and his role in the promotion of Malay letters. Having been born and spending his first few years of life in London, of a mother who was originally French and a grandmother who was Circassian, it is not surprising if he had taken a different path. But he chose to take a path less well taken, which was to dedicate himself to this country.
My father's greatest contribution has already been mentioned at length, and it relates to his pioneering works on poverty, poverty eradication, and rural development that can be found in his writing since the early 1950s, led to the implementation of policies for the eradication of poverty and for rural development and for balanced growth. This is his legacy. His research showed that poverty amongst the poor not only affect the lives of these segments of the population, but it also affected their future prospects. He also stressed that although poverty was not confined to any racial group, it was most severe amongst the Malays that predominantly were in the rural areas. After leaving the university, my father continued to focus his attention on the development of the cooperative movement in Malaysia, while having an active role in the regional and international cooperative bodies.
On behalf of the Unku Aziz Center for Development Studies at this prestigious event, this tribute marked the beginning of more discussions, dialogues, and debate on poverty, inequality, and related issues by organizing the forthcoming Unku Aziz Intellectual Discourse 2021, but that will be undertaken by the UAC through several platforms. And to conclude with a conference to be held at the end of the year, 2021, inshallah, with keynotes by prominent academics and speakers who have dealt with issues similar to the ones Pak Unku's research. We will review the papers published by Pak Unku and will look into putting them together as a reader on his research. We will look to getting UIM Press to publish this, if possible, at the conference to be held in memory of his scholarly work.
In the 1960s, when Pak Unku was doing his research, half the population in Malaysia was poor. Pak Unku was talking about his development ideas. He also was one of the key contributors to the new economic policy, which was introduced in 1970 as a mechanism to deal with the issues of poverty as well as inequitable development. He taught us to appreciate the complexity of problems facing Malaysia. Indeed, the world, the emerging economies of the world. And as he noted, it's a complex web of interconnected issues that go to the making of these problems. One institution that was created to focus research that Pak Unku was committed to was this center, the Unku Aziz Center for Development Studies.
Pada tahun 1951, Unku menulis tentang tabiat menabung di kalangan penduduk desa, some aspects of Malaysian rural economy related to measures of mobilizing rural savings. Kertas ini dan cadangan yang berikutnya telah mendorong penubuhan lembaga tabung haji. Unku juga banyak terlibat dengan pembangunan desa kerana beliau banyak bercampur dengan pembuat dasar kerajaan. Beliau juga menuruti beberapa jawatan kuasa seperti Raida, Fama dan juga Majlis Perundingan Negara.
I just want to focus on Prof. Ungku's work in the cooperative sector, building up the cooperative movement. He felt that could be the third sector of the economy, and he went on to helm Angkasa for almost 40 years. And the cooperative movement in Malaysia owes much of its development and its growth to the work.
So the health dimension comes into it, and it clearly shows to us if we do not handle economics, if we only handle poverty purely from an income perspective and forgetting about other aspects that which Ungku Aziz, he himself, as what Sulo had mentioned, he talked about nutrition. Much of Malaysia's success at poverty eradication was on the back of our economic performance. So if we do not do well in our economy, our poverty eradication is going to suffer.
And I want to talk about nutrition. When he started, when he was a Vice Chancellor of the University of Malaya, we had food, we had cafeteria, yeah? So food is part of the feast.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. We are now in our first session. The theme is nationalism and capitalism, and the topic is affirmative action in business, the new economic policy, state-business relations, and nurturing Bumiputra enterprises. Now I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Iqmal Muhammad Said, the former director of the Center for Poverty and Development Studies, to chair the next session by Dr. Edmund Terence Gomez. Please welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. I would like to firstly congratulate Professor Terence Gomez for working in this area. It's a very important area, as he has done this quite a few years already. And partly is because the GLCs are a very important feature of the Malaysian economy and contributes or forms or accounts for a substantial percentage of the stock market and employs thousands and thousands of employees. So, it's a very important area because it is so close to the corridors of power, and because of its relationship with the corridors of power, the GLCs may have been used in different ways and may therefore not be achieving its objectives. So without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Terence Gomez to do his presentation.
Thank you, Iqmal. Let me start by sharing the screen. You can. Okay, so let me start first by thanking the UACIC Center for inviting me to speak today. I'd like to say that this before I start. I owe great debt to Professor UACIC because he set up the Institute of Advanced Studies in the late 1980s. And I was in the pioneer group of students that entered that institution. The aim that he had was for us to be trained to do interdisciplinary research. And my work was on state business relations, politics and business. And I have since been doing much work in that area. UACIC was the one who told us that we should focus a lot of attention on the data and let the data be the basis on which we speak truth to the nation. And I'd like to use that as the spirit for today's discussion, because we are going to deal today with a rather important issue, the new economic policy and the impact it has had on nurturing Bumiputra enterprises, a key issue today in this country too. So let me start first by, let's look at what UACIC said on this matter. And here we have a few quotes from him on this issue of the Malay economy. As you can see here, I'm not going to go through all this, but he made some very important points. And this was in 1957. In 1957, just before independence, there was already discussions at that time about Malay capitalism. And there were institutions that were being created at that time to help address these problems. And institutions that came up around those at that time included Felda and later Mara was offshoots of that period. But look at what he said in terms of how do we nurture capitalism and the problems that he drew attention to. I'd like to stress this. He talked about the structural problems that existed in the country. And he said the way to solve problems was to address structural problems. And the last line is particularly important. Poverty has nothing to do with the smallness of the numbers of Malay businessmen or capitalists. These are important points which I will now address in today's discussion. I'd like to take you through what I will do today. First, I will review the new economic policy and the manner in which it was implemented, as well as a review, or I will review the outcomes. I will pay special attention to the issue that we are debating today as we speak. Should we have race-based policies? In fact, the puzzle is this. Should we, in fact, use race-based policies to solve race-based problems? So the big debate is, should our policies be needs-based or ethnically based? Now, let me provide some context here. When they introduced affirmative action in Malaysia in 1970, it was unlike the United States and India, the two countries that had first introduced affirmative action. In these two countries, the focus was on minorities, and these minorities had no economic, nor did they have political power. In Malaysia, however, when they introduced affirmative action, the focus was on the majority community. And this majority community also had political power. They had no economic power, but they had political power. And political power was concentrated in the hands of a race-based party, UMNO. That is the context in which we begin our discussion. So here, let me take you through history. This page basically captures the history of Malaysia from the period 1957 to today. And I'm going to take you through this history. I have only 40 minutes, but I feel it's important that we go through this history. I'll do it quickly. Now, in 1969, we had the riots. And a consequence of the riots was, of course, the introduction of the new economic policy. And the primary aim of the new economic policy was to address social injustices that had emerged during colonial rule. One of the key problems about these social injustices was that Malays had not been allowed to enter into the mainstream economy. When Malays tried to set up a bank, that too was not encouraged. In fact, there was no Malay-owned bank at the time when independence was achieved in this country. In 1969, 12 years after independence, what had occurred was very little change had occurred during that past decade. And this eventually contributed to the perpetuation of the inequities that were not addressed that had risen during the colonial period. In 1969, after the riots, not only did they introduce the NEP to redress these problems, there was also major political change. The Barisan Nasional was formed, with UMNO now having even more hegemony within this coalition. But what is also important is, in this period in 1969, if you look at the top 100 companies in the country, and I'll show you more data on this later, predominantly British controlled. The foreigners, 12 years after independence, were still in control of the economy, and this had to change. So how did the government hope to change it? They created public enterprises. A lot of money was invested in the creation of public enterprises. Today, they're called GLCs. And what happened in that first decade was, if you look at the literature, much of this literature talks about the rise of bureaucratic capitalism. That's an important point. In the first 10 years, what emerged was a form of capitalism where the focus was on the bureaucracy, and bureaucrats playing a significant role in acquiring wealth on behalf of the Bumiputras. I have to say this, by 1980, Bumiputra equity ownership increased by more than 10 percentage points, 11 percentage points, from 1.5% in 1969 to 12.5%. A significant change had occurred. But 1989 was an epochal moment in Malaysian history. We had a new Prime Minister, Mahathir Mohamad. And when Mahathir came to power, he said, we have done well with the NEP. There has been a major shift in equity ownership in the hands of the Bumiputras. But the aim of the NEP is not on creating institutions that hold this wealth, even if it's on behalf of the Bumiputras. The aim of the NEP is to create Bumiputra corporate captains, individuals. So there's a shift from institutions to individuals. One of his most famous quotes was this: if there are 20 Chinese millionaires, there should also be 20 Malay millionaires. Only then can we say equity parity has been achieved. This was a defining moment in Malaysian history. And from here we see the rise of new phenomenon, the rise of personalized politics. Mahathir Mohamad and Musa Hitam, the two M's, then Mahathir versus Razali. the key differences between Mahathir as Prime Minister and Razali first as Finance Minister and later as Trade Minister. The notion of the BCIC, Bumiputra Commercial and Industrial Community, that became the mainstay. The focus was now not so much on poverty eradication, but on creating corporate wealth and transferring it into the hands of the Bumiputras. The idea of picking winners, and one key policy to help develop these winners was to privatize all this equity that the government had acquired and transfer it into the hands of these people who the government had selected as people who could develop these privatized enterprises. And of course, there was a new focus on heavy industrialization. So Mahathir was doing many things. There was a focus on creating Bumiputra capital. There was a focus on privatization. There was a focus on heavy industrialization. Where there was little focus, I would like to argue, was on agriculture, rural areas. This was another major shift. And how did he go about doing this? Creating new forms of state-business relations, creating ties between politicians and businessmen to help them nurture, ostensibly to help them nurture these corporate captains. This issue, his pattern of economic development, given that it was such a significant shift from how the NEP was implemented in its first 10 years, led to a political crisis. In 1987, Team A versus Team B, personalized politics, Mahathir versus Razali, Razali and his deputy, Mahathir's once deputy, Musa Hitam. A major crisis. Subsequent to that, new UMNO was formed, and in 1990, Mahathir managed to consolidate power by getting rid of the critics, removing the critics from UMNO. The next defining moment, which we need to look at, is actually 1997. In fact, by 1995, I would like to argue, and I'll show you data on this, by 1995, Mahathir had managed to create these corporate captains. But in spite of the rapid rise of these corporate captains, we also saw their rapid fall. And the reason for the rapid fall was the Asian financial crisis. The BCIC policy-linked firms took a plunge, major bailouts. Mahathir introduced corporate governance reforms, serious problems about crony capitalism, corruption. But also true that Mahathir became, the Prime Minister became the Finance Minister. All these issues eventually also led to another crisis in 1998, a crisis between Mahathir and his deputy Anwar Ibrahim, Reformasi. As you can see here, the pattern of implementation of policies has constantly led to political crises among political elites. And we have now seen two major crises involving these political elites. By 2001, with the bailouts, the new key actor in the economy was now the GLCs, with political power concentrated in the office of the executive, with Mahathir acting as Prime Minister and Finance Minister. But to run the economy, we saw then the rise of professional elites. If once the focus was on Bumiputra corporate captains, today the key players in the economy were these Bumiputra professional elites that were in control of the GLCs that were now key players in the corporate sector. The next defining moment, an epochal moment, was 2008. In 2008, two important things happened. We had the global financial crisis, which led to a serious recession in this country. And we also had an epochal general election. For the first time since 1974, government had lost its majority, two-thirds majority in parliament. 5 state governments fell to the opposition. There was a significant political shift. Najib Razak was appointed Prime Minister, and he began espousing a different kind of discourse. He talked about an inclusive Malaysia, one Malaysia. He said, no more affirmative action. He backtracked. After much protest, he backtracked and he introduced market-friendly affirmative action. To my mind, an oxymoron, but he said it, no more affirmative action. He even introduced a competition law. And he said we must bring in more competition. Significant changes that occurred during this period because he had to deal with an economic crisis as well as a political crisis. In 2013, when he went into a general election, he told the nation, Najib told the nation, a vote for me is a vote for my policies. They did not vote for his policies. In fact, the election results was very poor. They lost the popular vote in this country for the first time. And when they lost the popular vote, Najib blamed the non-Bumiputras. The very famous headlines in the Utusan Malaysia, Apalagi Cina Mau. And from there, his new policy was the Bumiputra Economic Empowerment Policy, a return of Bumiputra type policies. And who was going to implement it? The GLCs. And here we had a prime minister who was also finance minister, controlling the GLCs, introducing the BEE and instructing them to implement it. And as we know, history has indicated, we not only saw this ostensible implementation of the Bumiputra policy, but also the abuse of the GLCs leading to a major scandal called the 1MDB. The consequence of all this was in 2018, a historical moment in Malaysian history. The Barisan Nasional lost power. And Pakatan Harapan, before that election, said a number of important things. One, we are going to move from race-based policies to needs-based policies. They also said we're going to reform the GLC system. Mahathir called it the monster. And then they too subsequently backtracked. After saying these things, there was no reform of the GLC monster, and there was the introduction of the shared prosperity vision, which was a return to policies of the past. In 2018, Pakatan fell. And we were also confronted with a serious pandemic, as you heard from the earlier discussion by Tan Sri Zeti. Another epochal moment. And here, when we had this pandemic, and when we went into an economic lockdown, private sector was in lockdown. Who could save the economy? And at that time, the finance minister, Kuzafru, drew attention to what he called the government ecosystem. When he said the government ecosystem, he was referring to the GLC system. And the GLC system was used to try and save the economy. And they did well, I would argue, in the first few months. The banks, there was a moratorium on loans for the utilities, companies like power supply, they reduced the rates for power supply. Telecommunications firms played a big role in the economy also to help with the now increasingly digitalized economy. And of course, there was the health sector. The government had now become a key player in the corporate sector to save the economy. But at the same time, there was a political shift. Mohideen had come to power. He had a weak government, just about enough support to retain power. So what did he do? He abused the GLCs. The GLCs were used to consolidate power. And finally, most recently, in 2021, Mohideen falls. UMNO returns. Ismail Sabri from UMNO is now the Prime Minister. And the new slogan is Keluarga Malaysia, like one Malaysia. And the 12th Malaysia Plan reinforces the Bumiputra Enterprise Development Agenda. That is our history in a nutshell. But now let me show you the evidence of this history. What are the outcomes? Concretely, after all, as I started, I said, Unku Aziz told us when he taught us, provide the evidence for the arguments that you're making, for the statements that you make. So here's the evidence. Who owned Malaysia in 1971 when the NEP was introduced? Here's the evidence, as I said earlier at the beginning of my talk. If you look in 1971, it was the foreigners that were the predominant owners of corporate wealth. By 1997, the next epochal moment, if you look at this before the Asian financial crisis, what is significant here is the rise of Bumiputra corporate captains. And you can see them, Halim Saad, Rashid Hussain, Tajuddin Ramli, Azman Hashim, Yahya Ahmad. There's some people here who don't figure because I only gave you all the top 30. I'm showing you only the top 30. One Azmi, one Hamza, Samsudin Abu Hassan. The list goes on. 1995 was seen to be Mahathir's defining moment. He had created these Bumiputra corporate captains that he talked about. But there were other things that were also important. As I said, in 1990, when he managed to get rid of his critics, he also decided that if he's going to create corporate captains, he was more interested in creating world-renowned conglomerates. And he moved. Mahathir shifted from his focus on creating only Malay corporate captains to creating even non-Malay corporate captains. And if you look at the list of prominent non-Bumiputras in business, Lim Gotong, the Yo family, YTL, Yo family, TK Lim from Magnum, Kwek Ling Chan, Hong Leong Group, Vincent Tan. What is true here of all these people is also the fact that they were known to be well connected. They were known to have obtained rents from the state. The Yo family, the power generation license, Vincent Tan benefited much from the privatization. Kwek Ling Chan got the banking license to set up Hong Leong Bank. At that time, by the 1970s, the 1990s, there was a different kind of discourse. In the political arena, they talked about the new Malay, Melayu Baru. They talked about Koprat Melayu. There was also talk about the rise of the new rich. There was also significant discussion about the rise of crony capitalism. So you can see here the mix of outcomes in 1995, 1996. But I would like to make one point too. If you look at 1971 and compare it with 1997, what is also equally important is only one family from 1971 now figured in 1997 in the top 30. The Lee Loy Singh family, the KLK group, Kuala Lumpur Kapong group. Only one. All capital had fallen away. The Malaysian type capital that was in place in 1997 were no longer to be found in 1997, except for one. Now, this also raises important questions about enterprise development during the 2 decades of the NEP. What happened to all enterprising firms? They had fallen behind, they had fallen away. But let's move on here now. Let's look at these Bumiputra capitalists that the government endeavored to create. And here you have a list of these Bumiputra capitalists. This point about picking winners, the corporate captains. Here also by 1995, 1996, there were serious concerns in the country about concentration of wealth in the hands of an elite, a politically well-connected business elite. And here are some of the major names, as I just mentioned. But look also on the background. Look at the background in terms of who these new corporate captains, who were they linked to? Halim Saad, a dime protege. Tajuddin Ramli, Dime Zainuddin, finance minister for a long time under Mahathir Mohamad. So too, Tajuddin Ramli, Wan Azmi, Samshuddin Abu Hassan, groomed by Dime. The winners, if you like, who benefited from their ties from the political elites of the 1990s. We have also other people like Rashid Hussain, Ahmad Sibi, Mirzan Mahathir, who emerged as a major corporate figure by 1995, 1996, and then had to be bailed out during the Asian financial crisis. So corporate captains were created, but they were also very closely associated with the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister at the time. What is also important was Halim Saad would later acknowledge that he served as a proxy for UMNO. So whose assets were these? Were they holding assets belonging to UMNO in trust? After all, UMNO had gone into business in the 1970s, 1980s, had become a major corporate player, but eventually those assets were transferred into private hands. So you can see here how complex the situation had become from this nexus of politics and business, state-business relations, the outcomes. But there was another phenomenon. While developing Bumiputra capitalists, that was the argument that they were making. They wanted to create Bumiputra capitalists. A new phenomenon had emerged. Politicians were now going into business. If the earlier group that I showed you, none of them were politicians. They all were corporate figures who benefited from their close ties with political elites. This is a different kind of phenomenon. So you see different types of state-business relations. Here, what is interesting is all these people that I mentioned, as you can see in the background, were politicians. They were active in UMNO. And by being active in UMNO, they secured access to rents, which made them major corporate figures. Somehow, if you look at these people, they're still around. Kamaruddin Jaffar today is a sitting member of, in the cabinet. But look specifically in this here, we have Ahmad Zahid Hamidi, the current UMNO president, the previous deputy prime minister. Ahmad Zahid Hamidi went into business, made his name in business. By his own admission, his major firm was Kirtham Holdings, which then allowed him to become a key player in UMNO. the monetization of politics by politicians entering into business, using their influence to secure access to rents, to make them major corporate figures. Tunku Adnan Mansur, another businessman who went into politics also, the revolving door, moving in between politics and business. There were times when they were both in politics as well as in business. These two were important outcomes. I have here other names. Mukris, still part of the political system, also went into business in a big way. Mogzani was in business. Mahathir's two other sons, also in business, was in politics, but now out of politics. For a short while, he was in UMNO Youth, treasurer of UMNO Youth. These two are important outcomes that we need to look at. But as I said, when I talked about the history, with the fall of the Bumiputra corporate captains, we saw the rise of a new professional elite. Who are these professional elites and what do they control? I have here some names of these professional elites who took charge of these renationalized companies, making GLCs a key player in the corporate sector. And these are some names. I'm not going to get into it, but the point I'm making here now is the shift from political elites in business, not politically well-connected men, to professional elites. And what did they control? So today, let's look. This is the figure for 2018, but basically it remains the same. So if I showed you the figure for the top business groups in 1997, what do they look like today? In red are the GLCs. As you can see, they are in the top 10, 8 of them are GLCs. Look at the number of Bumiputra owned firms. You won't find anyone until you come to number 28, M-Bank, Azman Hashim. But even then, EPF is a major shareholder, and Azman Hashim, there's talk that he may soon relinquish his interest in the bank. And you got to go further down before you find another Bumiputra figure, Syed Mokhtar, at number 42, MMC Corporation. Syed Mokhtar, for those of you who are not aware, is a very well-connected businessman. And then if you come down to number 46, you will see AirAsia. I included Kamarudin Merun because he, along with Tony Fernandez, is said to have developed AirAsia. Again, different types of capitalists. But the important point here is this. The Bumiputra policy, the Bumiputra capital development policy, the figures clearly indicate that they had failed to perform, they had failed to develop. So what are the features of the major firms, the publicly listed firms in the country? These are the structural features. There are no Bumiputras among the top 20. There are only 2 in the top 50. The GLCs, as I said, are the key players in the corporate sector. And when Mahathir brought in the heavy industrialization policy, he stressed the need to develop Bumiputras in the industrial sector. He brought in the vendor development program. The vendor development program was to link Bumiputra SMEs in particular to the Proton Saga project. By creating supply chains to the car project, he could then create an industrialized SME base owned by Bumiputras. That too didn't pan out. Yahya Ahmad was supposed to take over the Heavy Industries Corporation of Malaysia, but unfortunately he passed away. And so today, there are no Bumiputras of any repute in the industrial sector, in spite of the policies that enormous stress on heavy industrialization. If you look at Bumiputras and where they are today, they're predominantly in services, finance, construction, telecommunications. They're not in the industrial side of the economy, the manufacturing side of the economy. You don't see many of them here. The figures clearly indicate that. But what is also interesting is, and I keep coming back to this point, personalized politics leading to political feuds among elites. One outcome today, if you look at these figures, is in spite of political power concentration, there's no evidence of wealth concentration. There's no evidence, let me take you back here. There's no evidence here that indicates concentration of wealth in particular individuals. That's a remarkable outcome, but it is also an outcome of the feuds that we have seen in the political arena. And as I said, the new key player in the corporate sector are GLCs, but how did they become big? Mainly through acquisitions, mergers, takeovers. This was predominantly seen in the banking sector. There was a major consolidation of the banking sector in 1999 under Mahathir. According to him, at the time when we had about 20 million, a population of about 20 million, he said we didn't need so many banks. We had about 60 banks on financial institutions. So he consolidated everything. And then we saw here the demise of a lot of non-Bumiputra, especially Chinese-owned banks, and the rise of the GLC banks. As you can see here, again, the figures, if you look at among the top banks in the country today, they are GLC banks. Malayan Banking, CIMB, RHB, they're all banks owned by the government. But they got there through acquisitions and takeovers and mergers. Mahathir himself, when he left office after his first term in 2003, he admitted, my policies have failed. I have created a crutch mentality. I'm quoting Mahathir. These are Mahathir's words. A crutch mentality had been created. And as far as the non-Malays were concerned, he said they have survived because they were exposed to active competition. That was his argument. Because of the NEP, they were forced to compete. That's why they survived. That's why they thrived. But what he did not say was, and again, if you look at this, even if you look at the non-Bumiputras in business, you do not see them playing a key role in the industrial sector. A serious failure to invest in R&D. They have not moved up the value chain. There are no brand products in Malaysia that we can point to and say, these are major brand products achieved through extensive R&D. The failure of the rise of highly entrepreneurial firms in Malaysia. Najib, in 2009, as I said, acknowledged these problems. He said no more affirmative action and backtrack. But Najib said something else, which is very important. And this speaks to the issue of access. Who got access to all these equity? According to Najib, 54 billion ringgit worth of quoted stock had been taken up since 1971, transferred into hands of private individuals. But by 2009, only 2 billion ringgit remained in the hands of Bumiputras. What happened to the remaining 52 billion? Who had access to these 52 billion? Why did they not retain the corporate equity that had been transferred into their hands? Today, there is a discussion in government about when we transfer corporate assets into the hands of Bumiputras, we have to find a way to make sure they keep control, ownership and control of it. They were speaking to this issue, the failure for Bumiputras to hold on to these assets. But it comes back to the point, who benefited from it? And as I showed you from the earlier figures, these were well-connected people, and the politics involved in the distribution of rents was a key issue in Malaysia's corporate sector. But let's talk about SMEs. We have to talk about the SMEs. As you heard in the earlier discussion too by Tan Sri Zeti, if you look at the corporate sector, we can talk all we want about the GLCs being key players in the economy, and we can talk about these major corporate groups, but 98% of the corporate sector are SMEs. 98%. We have about 1.2 million companies, and of these 1.2 million companies, as I said, the majority, 98% of them are SMEs. But here's the problem. Of these SMEs, 76% of them are micro enterprises. That means they have 5 employees or less. 76%. 21% are medium, only 2% are small. This is a serious structural problem in this country. If 98% of our companies are SMEs and 76% of them are micro firms, then we are dealing with a crisis. But look also at the breakdown here. What's also interesting in the breakdown, 89% of them are in services, 5.3, only 5.3 in manufacturing. And here's the clincher, 1.1% in agriculture. Unku Aziz, when he was doing his research, he spoke, and I showed you in my first quote, how a majority of Bumiputras at that time were involved only in the rural sectors of rural economy, in fisheries, in agriculture. They were deeply exploited community. And he said a lot of attention should be channeled to helping these communities. There was help. Felda, for example, was quite successful in terms of land reform. Through Felda, they created a new landed gentry among Bumiputras. So it was a very successful policy in that sense. But that was the history of the 1950s going up to the 1970s, 1980s. What of the situation today? If only 1.1% of our SMEs are in agriculture, what does this mean in terms of how Bumiputras have been left behind in agriculture too? And the new generation, they're not interested in agriculture, including those in the Felda community. And why should they be, since the government has not focused enough attention on the agriculture sector? This is a gross failure on our part. We did not heed the words of Tunku Aziz in terms of developing that sector properly. And today, what do we have as a consequence? A food security problem. We import much of our food. This is an outcome. The focus was on creating corporate captains, conglomerates, a serious focus on heavy industrialization, which led to enormous feuding among political elites about policy directions. And now we are seeing the consequences of this. And in terms of Bumiputra SMEs, as I mentioned, limited presence in the big firms, also among SMEs, limited presence in the manufacturing and industrial sectors. The vendor system failed. We had the vendor development program in the industrial sector, especially with the Proton Saga. We had the global supplier chain trying to link Bumiputra SMEs with major firms like Tesco, for example, so that their products can be sold in these major hypermarkets as well as abroad. That too failed. And when Mahathir was creating these corporate captains, he also repeatedly said, I will create these Malay millionaires, these tycoons, and it is their role to help Malay SMEs. There's no evidence of this, of Malay tycoons helping Malay SMEs. And let me remind you what Tunku Aziz told us. In the very first slide, he told us, you can create these Malay tycoons, but don't think that these Malay tycoons are going to help Malay SMEs. He told us this. And it's proven true. After all, they're businessmen, and they went into business to make a profit, to make money, not to do social work. It's unclear why Mahathir and the elites of the time didn't seem to understand this. And finally, targeting in business. A new phenomenon that has emerged is this. There's no doubt about it. One of the outcomes of the NEP, successes of the NEP, was because it focused on education. They created a new Bumiputra middle class. An intelligent, articulate, independent Bumiputra middle class is an outcome of the NEP because the focus was on education. From our research, we are finding out now that even Bumiputras who have gone into business complain that they are not getting access to the very same policies that were supposed to be of benefit to them. Why? It is going to well-connected Bumiputras. And I come back to the phenomenon of politicians in business. It's a phenomenon that's still very much in place. Intra-Bumiputra feuding has occurred. We have seen a consequence of this in the political arena. This is a consequence of this. And in terms of non-Bumiputra SMEs, now this is really worrying. The most dynamic firms are said to be those by non-Bumiputras, but they remain family firms. Here too, very poor investments in R&D. They are very reluctant to go and take loans from the government because they don't want to disclose how much equity they own for fear of expropriation. And this is the big issue. Expropriation of their wealth if they do create it because of the 30% equity issue, which remains in place till today. These are consequences that we have to deal with. So who owns Malaysia now? I showed you who owned Malaysia in 1997 and in 1971. Who owns Malaysia today? Here's a figure of just the 7 GLICs, the government-linked investment companies. We did a book on this called Minister of Finance Incorporated. Please read it. There's an in-depth discussion about these 7 institutions and what they own. And here I'm talking about Minister of Finance Incorporated, MOF, Inc., Khazanah, PNB, Co-op. The Co-op is the pension fund for civil servants, deeply mired in the 1MDB scandal, as you saw recently. The EPF, Tabung Haji, we've talked about Tabung Haji. Again, Pak Ungku's contribution was to create Tabung Haji, which has now become a major institution. It's a GLIC. And then the Lembaga Tabung Angkatan Tentera, LTAT, which is the pension fund for those in the armed forces. What is also interesting is that these GLICs are very different. Some are companies or business groups like Tabung Haji. Others are investment funds or savings funds like EPF and QUAP, pension funds. So they function differently too. And then, of course, we have Khazanah, the sovereign wealth fund. What do they own? Just these 7 GLICs. Here is from the research that we did, the extensive ownership or links that they have with companies in the corporate sector. Just these 7. The ones in red are the GLICs, the ones in blue are the GLCs, and these are publicly listed GLCs. And just these publicly listed companies, look at the number of companies that they are associated with. It is huge. This was what Mahathir called or referred to when he called it the monster. This is the monster that has been created from government intervention, selective patronage, politicians in business, the state business nexus, ostensibly to help develop Bumiputra's in business, has resulted in this monster. And Mahathir said he was going to reform it. He didn't.
You have 5 minutes left, Terence.
I have only 5 minutes, so let me hurry up. Now here, apart from that, we have ministries and business. And here, as you can see, enormous involvement of ministries in business. And I'm here just talking about the top 4. And here's the other problem. These ministries in business do many things, like a focus. Look at what these key ministries are doing. They're into everything. Economic development, social issues, regional development. They're also regulatory institutions. And there is no coordination. We are talking about a huge sector, a huge government sector, public sector, deeply mired in the economy through the GLCs with lack of coordination involving them. So what did the government do? The government talked about post-pandemic. I mentioned, Tunku Zafrul said, we have to use this system, this government ecosystem to save the economy. And first, if we are to do it, reform it. But again, here the focus was only on the GLICs, not on the big GLC monster system that had been created. But here's another interesting thing. Look at this. What is important here, if you look at this, is that they talked about important things that they wanted to do by these reforms. The whole of government approach, very interesting. They're recognizing the government is a key player in the economy, the whole of government approach, better coordination, utilize these firms better. There was also an important discussion on number 1, a new development agenda. A recognition that they needed a new development agenda. So what is the new development agenda? Here we are, SPV, Shared Prosperity Vision. This is our new development agenda. And if you look at the SPV and you compare it with the NEP, what is shocking is how remarkably similar they are. And here, as I said, if you look at the outcomes of this, 2018, the rise of democracy, Pakatan pledging to reform the system, backtracks, Daim Zainuddin making that very important statement. We're going to keep the Bumiputra policy, but this time, he said, this time we will get it right. Well, I don't think they've managed to get it right yet. And I can go on, but I'm running out of time. But the point I want to make here is this. By 2018, one of the reasons why we did not see major changes is precisely because all elites had returned to power. Here I'm referring specifically to Mahathir, Daim Zainuddin. All elites who had created the problem were now back in power. What is also important is all prime ministers since 2003 have acknowledged there's a need for policy change, but they do not have the political will to do so. Why is this troubling? Look at this table today. This is from the 12th Malaysia Plan. The table here indicates corporate wealth distribution among ethnic groups. What is shocking is, look at the volume of equity owned by Bumiputras. It's been falling significantly. Look at the figures for 2018, about 16%, a fall from its peak in 2011. But what is interesting also is, look at the figure for 2018 and compare it with 1990 when the NEP was supposed to have started. What the Bumiputras own in business today is less than what they owned in 1990. And what of the non-Bumiputras? 26.3% if you combine. The non-Bumiputras today own less than what they owned in 1970 when the NEP was introduced. So Bumiputras are falling behind, non-Bumiputras are falling behind. So who is now becoming the key player in the corporate sector, owning corporate wealth, it's foreigners. We are going back to 1970. If foreigners owned the corporate sector in 1970, they are now re-emerging as key players in the corporate sector. All Malaysians are falling behind. And what is this nominee companies, 11, 12%? Beneficial owners of corporate equity should be disclosed. Why do they still have nominee companies? Who are these nominee companies? These are issues that we need to pay attention to. There are serious problems now, structural problems that are occurring, which reflects that we are going back to the 1970 period. So what are my conclusions? Policy clarity and credibility gap. There's a serious problem here. Contradictory statements. We've had notions such as Bangsa Malaysia, One Malaysia, and now Keluarga Malaysia, all talking about inclusion, creating a Bangsa Malaysia, and then continued selective patronage. A clear indication that they have refused to learn the outcomes of policy. They acknowledged it, but they refuse to learn in terms of a policy change, a policy shift. In terms of protecting property rights, there's great fear by non-Bumiputras to invest. I've said this is a key issue coming out from the research. They are not investing in the economy, they're not investing in R&D. We are falling behind there too. The rise of a Bumiputra middle class, a good thing, but they too argue that Bumiputras who are capable of being in business are also arguing that because of this political system that has been created, they too are being marginalized. And in terms of institutional reforms and autonomy, it is not happening. They're only willing to reform the GLICs, but they're not willing to reform the GLC system, which exists at the federal level, which is huge. But what of the GLC system in the 13 states? Opposition parties control Selangor, Penang. They too have a GLC system. Even the opposition parties refuse to reform the GLC system in their respective states. Why? The GLC system is a political tool. It was created to help the poor, the marginalized, but it's become an important political tool. Even the opposition is not willing to change it. And the nature of the SMEs. We have to support the SME sector, 98%, and they're in dire straits. So my conclusion in terms of this, I started off by saying the debate then in 1970 and the debate today remains the same. Should we have race-based policies or needs-based policies? That was the debate in the last general election. Affirmative action, when in education they seem to have done well, but in business they have not done well at all. And one big issue, and I must stress this, the big issue at that time, even in 1970, the political leaders at the time spoke about the length. How long should it be? They talked about 25 years, 30 years, 25 years. Finally, they settled on 20. Sorry, in fact, it's the other way. They talked about 10 years, 15 years. Finally, they settled on 20. They knew duration was important because targeted policies at one ethnic community can lead to the idea of the feeling of becoming a second-class citizen, a deep sense of marginalization, which can lead to serious problems like the brain drain, not investing in the economy. And these are issues that we are confronted with today. But what is also clear, and I must stress this, is the extreme politicization of the policy. This is contributing to the wealth and income disparities that we are seeing here today. In fact, one major criticism that we are confronted with, a number of prominent academics have talked about it, is long-term implementation targeting a majority community is leading to an ethnocracy. And there's a refusal to change, as I said. Targeting and preferential policies remain the order of the day, even though the lessons of the past indicate that we should change it. Look at the 12th Malaysia Plan, a serious pandemic. We're confronted with a serious pandemic, but the 12th Malaysia Plan reflects little that's different from what we have seen in past policies. So let me close on this point, horizontal policies. Unku Aziz told us that is not the way. Bumiputra capitalism is not the way. We did not listen. And now we are facing the consequences of this, of not having listened to him. I must add, another major sociologist, Syed Hussein Alatas, Professor Syed Hussein Alatas also said the same thing. He said, affirmative action in business is not the way to do it. We did not listen to these prominent academics when they advised us way back in the 1950s and 1960s. Today, we are facing the consequences of not having listened to these doyens of the of academia. Let me end here. Thank you. Iqbal, I'll pass it back to you now for a discussion.
Thank you very much, Professor Terence Gomez, for a very enlightening presentation. I think there are lots of very important issues here, particularly because it touches on the economy as well as on the political culture and the political system in Malaysia. And so the politicians are the gatekeepers, as it were, and they are therefore very important in terms of driving the direction or setting the direction of GLCs. And perhaps this explains, partly explains at least why even Pakatan Harapan was not able to get beyond that. So we have, we are now open to the listeners, not the floor. We have first a question about if the GLCs were too focused on making profits rather than redistributing wealth. So what are the issues behind this this question? So were GLCs focused too much to make profits paying their shareholders instead of spearheading poverty eradication programs? So that's the first one by Siva Rajan Arumugam. Would you like to take it one by one, Terence?
I'll take this question because this is a very important question.
Right.
What the question refers to is the definition of GLCs. Now, when the government moved into the economy in a big way under the NEP, they created many different types of public enterprises. And these different public enterprises include institutions such as what we call statutory bodies, Keseda, Ketenga, Mara. These were not institutions that were put there to go into business. Statutory bodies like Keseda and Ketenga and Mara were supposed to move into the rural sectors of the economy and to help develop the rural economy. They were supposed to help develop the fishery sector, the agriculture sector. What happened to these statutory bodies? There's been not enough attention on these institutions that should be, even as we speak today, playing a big role in developing the rural economy. There were other institutions, what we call the DFIs, Development Financial Institutions. I did not talk about them. Here I'm referring to SME Bank, Agro Bank, Export-Import Bank. These are very different from your May banks and CIMB and RHP. DFIs were created to help nurture domestic enterprises, specifically the SMEs. SME Bank was created, a merger of two DFIs, to focus specifically on the SMEs. So let me be clear. We have been calling for a reform of the GLC system. We felt what the government should do is deconstruct the GLC, what we call GLCs, into these different categories that we are talking about. Just look at the GLICs. We have pension funds, we have Khazanah, we have business groups like LTH and LTAT. Some of them are there to go into business, like LTAT and Tabung Haji went into business to make money. That was not what EPF and KWAP were doing. They were just investing and were getting returns from their investments, which was going into the pension fund. And then we have Khazanah. Khazanah is a sovereign wealth fund, which was supposed to venture into the economy and do important things, go into new areas of the economy, fund these new areas of the economy, which are very expensive, but we had to do it. That was their role, especially in the high-tech sector. Now, I want to be very clear, the GLCs that we are talking about here are companies, not statutory bodies. You are right. Many of these GLCs were created to go into business and to make money. Is that the role of the GLCs? And why do we need this multitude of GLCs, these companies? And what role do they really play in the economy? Are they productive? Are they contributing to economic development? And what do they do with the profits? So these are important questions we have to ask. And that's why even Mahathir acknowledged it. what was the intent of the GLCs or the statutory bodies, the DFIs, and what eventually emerged was hugely different. If you ask me, would close down many of the GLCs, which are companies which play no productive role in the economy. They are tools basically to provide directorships to politicians and their supporters. They get a major stipend, which is then channeled into the political system. It's a form of political financing. And we are seeing this happen as we see today. We've seen it most recently. It was so visible when the government was insecure. What did they do? They created directorial appointments to politicians who were not part of the cabinet. A huge cabinet was created. Those who couldn't get into the cabinet were given GLC, lucrative GLC appointments. That's what's happening today. All this must stop. But the government of the day, as well as the previous governments, have refused to do a proper review of the GLCs. Even when they introduced PERCUCO, they only focused on the GLICs. Why? Because there's no political will. And here I'm talking not just about those in the current government, I'm also talking about those in the opposition. Even the opposition control state governments, even they are reluctant to revamp the GLC system at the state level. That's how serious the problem is today. Our politicians in that sense have really failed us. And here is where we can see the main failure. GLCs, which is supposed to be a tool for social reform, have become a political tool which they can use effectively to serve their own political interests, not the interests of the nation.
Can I add one point, Terence? I was in the GLC sector for a few years. And, you know, particularly for GLCs that are publicly listed, they cannot play to the politicians' decisions all the time. And politicians are also aware of this, because that will destabilize or even create some very sensitive response from global capital, from foreign investment. So there is a limit to which the politicians can play with the listed companies.
That's right.
But for the less, for the non-listed ones, there I suppose the space upon in which the politicians may sort of play would be a lot larger. They have nobody to answer to, as it were, except for their big bosses. But the other question, I suppose, would be that in relation to the redistribution, I think we also need to find out what exactly do all these, say, for instance, the institutions that are in the rural areas helping out, as it were, the farmers, what exactly do they do, and how have they served the farmers? And do the farmers feel that they benefit from these government institutions? So so these are real measures that we need to look at to see the impact of GLCs. Yeah, I think that's, so maybe we can now go to, I shouldn't keep you away from the questions. Well, this is a slightly interesting question. Would PAS have a better system of governance? That's a question. So, and maybe we can look at Kelantan, your thoughts.
Thank you. Again, a very interesting question. I repeatedly said in my talk that at the state level, political parties have control, opposition political parties have control of state governments. PAS is one of them. PAS has been in control of the Kelantan state government since 1990. PAS has got a GLC system too in Kelantan. We did a study on this, look at the work which was published by IDEAS, the Research Institute IDEAS. PAS did the same thing that the other state governments did. In fact, PAS created a multitude of companies and appointed politicians past politicians and their supporters as directors of these institutions. Enormous wastage, and they have gone nowhere, absolutely nowhere, in terms of economic development with the GLC system that they created in the state. So I'm afraid PAS is not someone who is going to provide us with important lessons on how to do it right. In fact, they have copied what UMNO used to do. And in fact, I would say they have, in fact, fared worse in terms of how to employ the GLCs. I couldn't find anything productive from our research of GLCs in PAS.
Thank you, Professor Terence Gomez, for the question to that answer. Do we have any other? Can I also chip in to the second question, Terence? I did a bit of work in Kelantan while I was in CPDS, and I met a businessman who was involved in some of this local industry. And I asked him generally, what is the business and climate like here? And he gave a very interesting question. He said, I'm very happy because they don't disturb me. So I suspect there's some, it sort of, yeah, I think it raises some important questions about the differences between them. While of course we can suspect that they would of course still redistribute or deploy the assets in different according to their supporters, but at the same time they do not sort of become the gatekeepers like UMNO is, perhaps, I don't know. So that's something for us to think about. And so we have, would you like to have to say something, other points that you would like to raise?
On that point on past Kelantan, let me also mention they took charge of Terengganu for a while. And the people of Terengganu were very deeply disappointed. Terengganu, they did very well in that election, and in the next election, they got wiped out. And when we did the research in Terengganu, the people in Terengganu said they expected something different from PAS in Terengganu, but they didn't get it. In fact, at least in the case of UMNO, there was some method to this madness. It was a responsive state. They made sure there was some trickle down, if you like. They made sure that there was development. But there was also a lot of corruption in this development, what we call developmental corruption. So you can have development with corruption, which is what is the history of Malaysia too. But in the case of PAS, there was no developmental corruption either. It was a sort of degenerative corruption, if you like, that they created these institutions, they used it as a sign cure for their politicians, but they didn't involve these GLCs in some kind of productive development. Today, Terengganu, I'll leave aside Terengganu, but Kelantan remains one of the poorest states still in this country. And Kelantan is known to have very entrepreneurial people in that state. Some of our major entrepreneurs came from Kelantan. So they had the capacity, but they didn't seem to have employed it effectively. So that's an important lesson again here. I want to make this distinction between developmental and degenerative corruption. But having said that, well, UMNO is known for its developmental type corruption. The lessons we have learned is corruption in any form is just not acceptable. You cannot, I'm not making a case here for corruption. Developmental or degenerative corruption, it doesn't matter. 1997 crisis indicated this. By 1995, as I said, they created a corporate Bumiputra class. A very powerful Bumiputra corporate captains were created. But they were the winners picked by the state. And they fell very quickly. And as I said, there were a lot of allegations of crony capitalism also attached to that. For a while, until 1997, many people used to say this kind of development, even though it has got corruption, is okay. It's fine. Because look at the change. We've created a Bumiputra corporate class. But after 1997, with the collapse of this corporate class, nobody then thereafter made any argument about developmental corruption being okay. So this is the point I want to close on. I think this is an important point because one of the serious issues we're confronted with in this country is what do we do with corruption in this country, abuse of power.
Before we allow you to conclude the session, can you perhaps, I have one question. One of the things, one of the observations that has often been quoted is that in a country like South Korea, or perhaps even maybe China, more so, they also have lots of government-linked companies, as we name them. But there is a fair bit of discipline that is enforced upon them. You know, they either meet the targets or they are shipped out. So where is it? Where does that come from? That ability to really push down on these capitalists, you know?
Thank you for that. Iqmal, you've raised a very important point. I'd like to go back to the figures that I showed you for 1997. When they picked winners, I said in my talk that after 1990, Mahathir stopped stressing Malay capital. He started stressing Malaysian capital. And the people who began to get rents in a big way from the government included many non-Bumiputras. Ananda Krishnan, for example, created Maxis and Astro, and mentioned YTL that was privy to the IPPP licenses, which became a major player in the corporate sector as far as power generation is concerned. Both Ananda Krishnan and YTL, they have gone abroad. They made an impact even abroad. We have, what is the difference between people such as them and the Malay corporate captains? When Mahathir gave rents to the non-Bumiputras, not all, but a number of them, they had entrepreneurial capacity and they knew how to develop the rents to create highly dynamic, productive companies. Another company which has done well is Hong Leong. Hong Leong got the banking license. Look at Hong Leong Bank today, highly entrepreneurial firm. South Korea did that. Park Chung-hee, when he selected, or he too had a picking winner system, but when he selected the business figures who were to get rents as well as financing from the government to develop those rents, he picked people with entrepreneurial capacity. And he said, if you don't perform, you're out of here. And that's why today we have the likes of Samsung, Hyundai, LG. They were all created and nurtured by the state. But the people who own these companies already had proven entrepreneurial capacity. That was not the case when Mahathir picked the Malay corporate captains. As I showed you in the slides, they were trained by Dime, they were linked to Paremba. So they were not corporate, they were not business figures. They were professionals, if you like, corporate professionals. If you are to give these rents, you have to give it to people with entrepreneurial capacity if you want to see productive development. That's one of the lessons we have learned from comparing Malaysia with South Korean.
Thank you very much, Terence. With that, we will conclude the session. So I would like to once again thank Professor Terence Gomez for a very enlightening tour of the historical development of GLCs and its relationship with the political system, and how today we still find ourselves in the same dilemma, as it were, as we did in the early 80s. So, and he has thrown a lot of important questions about how should we move forward with GLCs. So with that, I would like to thank all of you for listening, and especially, of course, to Terence for sharing his thoughts and giving us this wonderful presentation today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Terence and Dr. Muhammad Iqmal, for the very interesting sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now have a lunch break until 2 p.m. and see you very soon.
Virtual lunch.
The late Royal Professor Unku Abdul Aziz Unku Abdul Hamid is a very well known for his outstanding contribution to the field of education and economy in Malaysia. We have gathered prominent speakers who will pay special tributes to Royal Professor Unku Abdul Aziz for his contributions in various fields.
Pak Unku was very clear why this had to be done. To undertake research of complex problems in the world, he felt the need to adopt a multidisciplinary approach. For Pak Unku, in a university, if we are to reform tertiary education to promote truly meaningful research, the right kind of institutions have to be created.
Personally, I'm proud to be one of his students in world economics at this university in the 1960s. And it is an honor indeed to be educated by a great man like Almarhum Pak Unku. One of his most important contributions that distinguished himself as a great scholar. The Sarong Index also helped us to focus our attention on the need to eradicate poverty, a major perennial social problem in our country in the past decades.
Proposed a strategy to assist poor Muslims who wanted to perform the Hajj. In 1959, Unku submitted a memo called a Pilgrim's Economy Improvement Plan, and he submitted this to the government. The Pilgrim's Economic Welfare Committee studied it, and in 1962 adopted the plan, resulting in the establishment of what was later to be called the Tabung Haji.
I think it's not wrong to begin with his role in the establishment of the Dewan Bahasa dan Pustaka and his role in the promotion of Malay letters. Having been born and spending his first few years of life in London, of a mother who was originally French and a grandmother who was Circassian, it is not surprising if he had taken a different path. But he chose to take a path less well taken, which was to dedicate himself to this country.
My father's greatest contribution has already been mentioned at length, and it relates to his pioneering works on poverty, poverty eradication, and rural development that can be found in his writing since the early 1950s, led to the implementation of policies for the eradication of poverty and for rural development and for balanced growth. This is his legacy. His research showed that poverty amongst the poor not only affect the lives of these segments of the population, but it also affected their future prospects. He also stressed that although poverty was not confined to any racial group, it was most severe amongst the Malays that predominantly were in the rural areas. After leaving the university, my father continued to focus his attention on the development of the cooperative movement in Malaysia, while having an active role in the regional and international cooperative bodies.
On behalf of the Unku Aziz Center for Development Studies at this prestigious event, this tribute marked the beginning of more discussions, dialogues, and debate on poverty, inequality, and related issues by organizing the forthcoming Unku Aziz Intellectual Discourse 2021, but that will be undertaken by the UACIC through several platforms. And to conclude with a conference to be held at the end of the year, 2021, inshallah, with keynotes by prominent academics and speakers who have dealt with issues similar to the ones Pak Unku's research. We will review the papers published by Pak Engku and will look into putting them together as a reader on his research. We will look to getting UIM Press to publish this, if possible, at the conference to be held in memory of his scholarly work.
In the 1960s, when Pak Engku was doing his research, half the population in Malaysia was poor. Pak Engku was talking about his development ideas. He also was one of the key contributors to the new economic policy, which was introduced in 1970 as a mechanism to deal with the issues of poverty as well as inequitable development. He taught us to appreciate the complexity of problems facing Malaysia. Indeed, the world, the emerging economies of the world. And as he noted, it's a complex web of interconnected issues that go to the making of these problems. One institution that was created to focus research that Pak Engku was committed to was this center, the Engku Aziz Center for Development Studies.
Pada tahun 1951, Engku menulis tentang tabiat menabung di kalangan penduduk desa, some aspects of Malaysian rural economy related to measures of mobilizing rural savings. Kertas ini dan cadangan yang berikutnya telah mendorong penubuhan lembaga tabung haji. Engku juga banyak terlibat dengan pembangunan desa kerana beliau banyak bercampur dengan pembuat dasar kerajaan. Beliau juga menduduki beberapa jawatan kuasa seperti Raida, Fama dan juga Majlis Perundingan Negara.
I just want to focus on Prof. Engku's work in the cooperative sector, building up the cooperative movement. He felt that could be the third sector of the economy, and he went on to helm Angkasa for almost 40 years. And the cooperative movement in Malaysia owes much of its development and its growth to the work.
So the health dimension comes into it, and it clearly shows to us if we do not handle economics, if we only handle poverty purely from an income perspective and forgetting about other aspects that which Engku Aziz, he himself, as what Sulo had mentioned, he talked about nutrition. Much of Malaysia's success and poverty eradication was on the back of our economic performance. So if we do not do well in our economy, our poverty eradication is going to suffer.
And I want to talk about nutrition. When he started, when he was a Vice Chancellor of the University of Malaya, we had food, we had cafeteria, yeah? So food is part of the feast.
session under the theme Gender Development and Group Vulnerability. The topic is Crisis, Vulnerability and Poverty. The need to integrate resilience and the gender perspective in the new normal development. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Rohana Jani, the Acting Director of the Unku Aziz Center for Development Studies, UM, to chair the next session by Associate Professor Dr. Shanti Tambia from the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, UM. A gentle reminder, the presentation lasts 40 minutes. After that, we'll have a Q&A sessions for 20 minutes. Please welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Diana, for the introduction. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good afternoon, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you all had a good lunch break. So welcome back to the UACIC 2021, Poverty, Inequality and Development through the lens of Professor Unku Aziz, a man ahead of his time. We are now at session 2 of UACIC 2021 with the theme Gender Development and Group Vulnerability by Associate Professor Dr. Shanti Tambia from the Faculty of Arts and Social Science, University Malaya. As mentioned by the MC, Dr. Shanti will be speaking on the topic Crisis, Vulnerability and Poverty, the need to integrate resilience and the gender perspective in the new normal development. Before we begin, allow me to briefly introduce Dr. Shanti. Dr. Shanti Tambia is an associate professor at the Gender Studies Program, Faculty of Arts and Social Science, University Malaya. She holds a bachelor degree from University Malaya, Master of Philosophy from University of Cambridge, UK, and PhD in Anthropology from University of Hull, UK. Associate Professor Dr. Shanti is the recipient of various awards, including the Asian Public Intellectual Award at the University of Kyoto, Senior Fellowship at the Asia Research Institute, National University of Singapore, Fulbright Fellowship, University of California, Berkeley. She was also a Senior Visiting Fellow at the So Swee Hock Southeast Asia Center, London School of Economics. Her research interests are in the field of social anthropology and gender studies with a particular interest in understanding cultural change and changing gender relation in indigenous communities in Sarawak and Orang Asli in Peninsular Malaysia. With that introduction, may I now invite Associate Professor Dr. Shanti Tambia to deliver her presentation. Dr. Shanti, you have 40 minutes to present, and after that, followed by 20 minutes question and answers. And
thank you very much.
Also.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rohana Jani. I will now share my screen. Okay. So the title of my presentation today is Crisis, Vulnerability and Poverty, the need to integrate resilience and a gender perspective in the new normal development. This is a work in progress. I wish to share this work in progress where I want to explore the concept of resilience and the importance of rethinking the concept in integrating it into the new normal development because of the pandemic, COVID-19. So the talk of crisis is no longer the prerogative of individuals, intellectuals. It is increasingly difficult to overlook the many current incidents of economic, ecological, and political malfunction and breakdown that call for structural explanations. The economic rupture caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and the measures taken to contain it in terms of either resetting or restoring the economy is yet unclear in terms of its outcomes. But the narratives and discourses in the policy landscape maintains the status quo notion of development with very little attempt at being innovative in the new normal state of being that we are faced with. So it is actually trying to look at the circumstances we are in today and whether we can continue to apply concepts and approaches that are pre-pandemic to the current context that we are in. So this presentation is organized as follows. After this introduction, the next section initiates discussions on the gender dimension of economic and social risk. I will go into a the need for a new conceptualization of resilience, arguing in particular that resilience results from the interaction between three capacities: absorptive, adaptive, and transformative capacities. The presentation reviews and exposes the potential benefits and limitations of resilience as presented conventionally in the literature from a development perspective. In doing so, I will revisit some of the pros and cons, the advantages and the disadvantages in applying the concept of resilience, especially those found in the social ecological system literature. The presentation concludes by re-emphasizing the need to rethink the concept of resilience as capability, and with that bring a gender perspective to poverty eradication programs, which should be an important element of the new normal understanding of development. Why gender? Women's vulnerabilities are exacerbated during times of crisis and disease outbreak. This is because of the additional responsibilities that women have to bear, which is built upon their pre-crisis vulnerabilities, in which gendered burdens are already inequitable. The impact of additional burdens on women can be long-lasting, which they may endure well beyond the crisis itself. So women's burdens in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic are no different. So the gender dimensions of economic and social risk. Crises or disease outbreak can alter the power relations between women and men, drawing upon women's vulnerabilities and acceptance of additional burdens. Some authors suggest that gender mainstreaming activities in the context of crisis may be empowering for women, particularly for those women who secure new opportunities to engage in social, economic, and political life. However, most women report as experiencing deterioration in their own well-being as they take up greater responsibilities across productive and reproductive work, as well as community activities in crisis situations. This serves to compound and intensify the worsening of women's triple burden. So development initiatives have long recognized the burden of gender and sought to implement mechanisms to support women's empowerment. Despite these studies, studies continue to identify gender inequity in the burden of care. So of course, we have been looking at the burden of gender and the importance of supporting women's empowerment in development initiatives. But even though we have been looking at it for a few decades now, unfortunately, we have not been able to overcome the adversities faced by women due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And we see huge regressions taking place in the domain of gender equality. So a crisis increases women's workloads, and this decreases women's ability to balance their time among spheres, the public, private, and also the community. So the secondary effects of the pandemic on women have emerged. This includes reports on the risk that COVID-19 represents, that COVID-19 presents to the gender equality efforts. In particular, COVID-19 is adding significant weight to women's existing burdens and fears for women and children trapped in lockdown with violent domestic abuses. In Malaysia, the Families on the Edge report found that women and children are the most vulnerable and that female-led households was hit hardest by the COVID-19 pandemic. There are grave concerns being raised for women's well-being, safety, and advancement. And I think this is a concern globally. It's a concern that we can see happening all around the world. So poor households typically face a range of risks, ranging from the economic to the social. Vulnerability to risk and its opposite, resilience, are both strongly linked to the capacity of individuals or households to prevent, mitigate, or cope with such risk. Both economic risk and social risk are influenced by gender dynamics and may have important differential impacts on men and women. So because gender is socially constructed, gender roles and responsibilities are infused with power relations. So economic and social risk can be reinforced or mediated from the macro to the micro level through, for example, discriminatory practices embedded in institutions and communities, household and individual capacities and agency. Social exclusion and discrimination in the labor market also exacerbates economic and social risk faced by women. Opportunities to enhance the integration of gender at each of these levels are highly context-specific and depend on the balance between formal and informal social protection mechanisms within a country, as well as the profile of the government agencies responsible for the design and implementation of formal mechanisms. So, given men's and women's differential engagement in the economy, the impact of the economic shock from the COVID-19 pandemic are highly gendered. For example, in times of economic crisis, women are often the first to lose jobs in the formal sector. Cuts in public expenditure are also likely to affect women more in many contexts because they typically have greater responsibility for household welfare and the children's education. Rising unemployment and low incomes are undermining male breadwinner roles and resulting in negative coping strategies such as sexually aggressive behavior and gender-based violence in men wanting to reassert traditional masculine identities. At the community level, the impact of economic shocks are mediated by, for example, gender-segmented labor markets and institutional rules and norms. Absence of affirmative action to address historical discrimination of women and marginalized social groups, which lead to poor access and utilization of productive services by women. Women in general have less access to credit, extension service, and therefore improved technologies, which undermines their resilience to cope with stress and shocks. Another critical and related variable is social capital. Poverty may be compounded by a lack of access to social networks that provide access to employment opportunities, but also support in times of crisis. It can also reinforce marginalization from policy decision-making processes. So the lack of social capital, the lack of social networks amongst women can contribute to and can reinforce their marginalization in the policy decision-making process. So how poor households are able to cope with and mitigate the impacts of shocks and ongoing stresses also depends on a number of factors at the micro or intra-household level. Household members' vulnerability is shaped by household composition. For example, dependency ratio, gender of the household head, whether it's a male-headed household or a female-headed household, number of boys and girls in the household, individual and household ownership and control of assets, access to labor markets, social networks and social capital, and levels of education. So the vulnerability of members of households are shaped by all these variables. Women typically have lower access, ownership, and control of productive assets and different social networks compared to men, leading to lower economic productivity and income generation and weaker bargaining positions in the household. So we have looked at the gender dimension of the economic and social risk faced by women as a consequence of such a crisis as the COVID-19 pandemic, and it impacts women and men differently, differential impact by gender. So now let's look at the concept of resilience. The concept of resilience, we need to rethink the concept because it's a very complex concept and very difficult to define and measure because it has been used by different disciplines in many different ways. So the concept of resilience has now become a central paradigm in disciplines such as ecology, possibly replacing the concept sustainability as the ultimate objective of development. In domains where issues of shocks, vulnerability, and risk are critical, such as disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, and also the pandemic and the growing influence of the concept of resilience is very, very important and noticeable. The growing influence of resilience on the development agenda can be observed in the relation between resilience and poverty reduction. And one key element in this discussion will be the recognition to strengthen households or communities' resilience. We are yet to clearly understand what this precisely means. There's a lot of talk about strengthening household and community resilience, but what do they mean by that? Are these interventions really changing something in the lives of the households they are targeted? And is this something really resilience? And is this something really resilience? How does this then relate to poverty reduction? Is resilience building the same thing as poverty reduction? Ultimately, what I'm hoping to do in this presentation is try and answer the question, is resilience useful as an objective for development? So the concept of resilience has evolved and is becoming like a moving target, which is constantly being redefined. Emerging in the ecological literature from an initial relatively narrow definition derived from system theory, the ability of a system to bounce back or return to equilibrium following disturbance, what Holing referred to as engineering resilience. It then evolved into a more elaborate concept where the resilience of complex adaptive systems is not simply about resistance to change and conservation of existing structures. As an alternative, it is an emergent property that combines several dimensions. One, the amount of change that a system can undergo and still retain its function and structure. Two, the degree to which the system is capable of self-organization. And three, the ability to build and increase the capacity for learning, adapting, and where necessary, transforming. The ability to adapt and transform are recognized to be at the core of resilience. Adaptability refers here to the capacity of a system or parts of the system to learn, combine experience and knowledge, adjust its responses to changing external drivers and internal processes, and continue developing within the current stability domain. By contrast, transformability is understood as the capacity to create a fundamentally new system when ecological, economic, or social structures make the existing system untenable. Along with the concept of absorptive capacity or persistence, that is the various coping strategies by which individuals and households moderate or buffer the impact of shock on their livelihoods and basic needs. These three dimensions, the absorptive, adaptive, and transformative capacity, are seen as the three critical features of resilience. However, when the absorptive capacity is exceeded, the individual will then exercise their adaptive resilience, the ability to absorb the risk. And then if you can't, you move on to adapt. And, adaptive resilience refers to the various adjustments, which means incremental changes that people undergo in order to continue functioning without major qualitative changes in function or structural identity. These incremental adjustments can take many forms: adopting new farming techniques, diversifying livelihood bases, and engaging in new social networks. These are the kinds of adaptive resilience, which are incremental change that does not change much the function and structure of identity, for example. These adaptations can be individual or collective, and they can take place at multiple levels. So we talk about the different scales of adaptation, intra-household, groups of individuals or households, community, and others. These remarks are important because they raise a series of implications. First, it means that adaptation at one level can affect or reduce adaptation at another level. So if you are good at adapting at the household level, you might not be able to adapt very well at the community level, for example. We have to measure these things. First, it means that adaptation at one level can affect or reduce adaptation at another, as adaptation is not a zero-sum game. But it also means that adaptation is a continuous, incremental process which is actually difficult to track or to measure. So adaptation is extremely difficult to measure, and different people adapt differently. So it's the concept that is highly difficult to measure and quantify. Eventually, if the changes required are so large that they overwhelm the adaptive capacity of the household, community, or ecosystem, transformation will have to happen. In that case, changes are not incremental any longer. They are transformative, resulting in alterations in the individual or community's primary structures and functions. These transformational changes involve shifts in the nature of the system, the introduction of new variables, and possibly the loss of others, such as when a household adopts a new direction in making a living. What the growing body of literature that discusses transformational change highlights is that the main challenges associated with transformation are not of technical or technological nature only. So when we talk about transformation in this pandemic era, we think in terms of transformation from the technological nature, but it is much more than that. Instead, these shifts may include a combination of technological innovations, institutional reforms, behavioral shifts, and cultural change. They often involve the questioning of values, the challenging of assumptions, and the capacity to closely examine fixed beliefs, identities, and stereotypes. In other words, they challenge the status quo. So transformational capacity is a much more larger process that involves quite a lot of change and shifts. In essence, this means that building resilience would require interventions that strengthen the three components, both the absorptive, adaptive, and transformative resilience, together and at multiple levels, at the individual level, at the household level, at the community level, the state level. An important point, therefore, is the need to see these three dimensions of resilience as being different perspectives of the same reality, rather than three independent qualities. We have still very little systematic understanding about how different systems differ in their ability to cope, adapt, or transform with different types of complex change. An emerging notion holds that this task seems to require both stability and change, as well as bridging multi-level linkages within and across different scales, both temporal and spatial scales. A review of the literature suggests, however, that there is currently a tendency to present the three dimensions as opposing each other: resistance versus adaptability, adaptation versus transformability, or to stress the potential tensions between them. Dortman et al. See resilience as moving beyond coping strategies towards achieving longer-term development. Others consider resilience as a process of transformation. Paling supports this transformation view, arguing that conceptualizing resilience as buffering will lead to the reinforcement of existing practices and maintenance of the status quo. Berman observes that there is a risk that understanding resilience as buffering may prevent necessary changes that would enable more sustainable development. So this either-or approach misses the interdependence that exists between these three dimensions of resilience. The review of the literature reveals the growing tendency to perceive persistence and stability as negative and to put emphasis instead on change. However, Norris et al., for instance, view resilience as better conceptualized as adaptability than as stability. Similarly, Miller et al. Claim the challenge is to learn to live with change and develop the capacity to deal with it instead of trying to block it out. So what these claims miss, especially in a development context, is that capacity to maintain stability is as important as the ability to adapt or to transform. In fact, stability is necessary for adaptive or transformative capacity. Indeed, stability is an essential condition for some aspects of poverty alleviation. It is during periods of political, economic, and institutional stabilities that households and societies accumulate assets, specialize, create wealth, and enhance human well-being. But stability is not simply a prerequisite for the accumulation of assets and poverty alleviation. It is also instrumental for building strong institutions and for the emergence of coordinated actions, which are themselves necessary conditions for adaptations. In that sense, stability is an essential element of adaptive capacity as well. Without stability, the assets, social and institutional resources that are required to develop adaptive capacity cannot be built up. So beyond financial and physical assets, successful adaptation depends on social capitals and the capacity of individuals, societies, or communities to coordinate decision-making, to act collectively, foster innovation and experimentation, and exploit new opportunities. That stability is more important than flexibility may in some circumstances be harmful. So I argued for the importance of stability earlier, but now I'm saying that we also need to look at flexibility, and in some circumstances, stability may be harmful as it may hamper necessary long-term changes. Research into the resilience of rural communities in climate variability in Southern Africa, for example, shows that just maintaining agricultural coping strategies can suppress innovation, reinforce poverty, and prevent the community from being able to address the more complex feedbacks within the social ecological system. So we also must allow for some form of flexibility so that we don't suppress innovation and reinforce poverty. But favoring flexibility and transformation at the detriment of the ability of individuals, communities, of societies to create or protect periods of stability would ignore the fact that the conditions to develop adaptive and transforming capacities are generated during periods of stability. So we must be able to manage and juggle between when we need stability, how important periods of stabilities are in us regenerating ourselves, and at times why we need to also embrace stability so that we don't suppress innovation. What are needed, therefore, are interventions that foster synergy and complementarities between the three dimensions of resilience, not interventions that favor only one of these dimensions in one of these dimensions to the detriment of the others. In that sense, resilience has to become a policy narrative as opposed to simply a technical concept used to describe or measure impact of shocks on systems. In their review of resilience, Martin Byrne and Andreas stressed that one of the reasons why the concept is useful is because resilience decreases the rigidities of disciplinary and institutional structures, thus breaking the usual discipline silos that otherwise hamper intersectorial and/or integrated approach. As such, resilience building can help bridge the criticized divide between emergency relief and development. So should we build resilience just for the purpose of emergency relief, or should resilience building be part and parcel of the development process? And we need to also look at how to integrate different approaches and not to hamper intersectorial kind of assessment and designing and planning. So for comments on the growing efforts made to integrate the social dimensions within resilience research and a re-centralization of agency within resilience debates would be an important contribution to these developments. So here we see more researchers and authors asking us to re-centralize agency when we are talking about resilience. It is not purely absorptive, adaptive, and transformational, but it has to also have some element of agency at all the three dimensions of resilience. In the field of development ethics, the recognition that people can adapt to poverty and deprivation by learning to suppress their wants, hopes, and aspirations has received growing attention. And this point relates to the ignored issue of adaptive preference, the deliberate or reflexive process by which people adjust their expectations and aspirations when trying to cope with deteriorating changes in their living conditions. Amartya Sen highlighted this issue of adaptive preference in his reflection on freedom, well-being, and development. The deprived people tend to come to terms with their deprivation because of the sheer necessity of survival, and they may, as a result, adjust their desires and expectations to what they unambitiously see as feasible. So when we see this kind of process, we will say, you know, people are being very resilient and they are adapting to the situation they are in, but at the same time, this is not in any way contributing to their well-being or removing them from poverty. So the issue of adaptive preference does not only relate to well-being, it has also some direct links with the discussion on resilience. In particular, strengthening resilience may happen in conjunction with the occurrence of adaptive preference. This statement should not come as a surprise. The literature on coping strategies is full of examples where households tend to absorb the impact of a shock by engaging in detrimental behaviors, such as reducing the number of meals per day or withdrawing their children from school. I mean, those are coping strategies, and we say they are being resilient, but at the same time, it has negative repercussion for their well-being. So we have to be very careful when we use the word coping strategies and that the poor are resilient, because when we say that the poor are resilient, we are depriving them of a state of being, of well-being. Undoubtedly, these resilience strategies are affecting the well-being of these households, even if they allow them to survive the impact of the shock they were facing. Levin notes that the unacceptable trade-offs between people are sometimes enforced to make, to guarantee survival may too easily appear like resilience. So when people make decisions towards guaranteeing their survival, we might think that these people are being resilient, but at the same time, we have to be careful not to accept that kind of position on resilience. Even in less dramatic circumstances, adaptation to day-to-day life may require these trade-offs between resilience and well-being. So we have to make sure that, we should not sacrifice well-being. We have to see that if people are engaged in resilience, engaged in resilience strategies, they are not in any way depriving themselves of well-being. To address these conceptual limitations, so resilience is a very complex concept, and to overcome these conceptual limitations, efforts to complement resilience thinking with power analysis are starting to emerge. So Peling and Manuel Navarrete, for instance, proposed to combine resilience with Giddens' account of power in an attempt to better capture how stable institutional structures can be highly resistant to change and successful at preserving the status quo. So this rigidity in the norms and decision-making process can be understood as a resistance to change and linked to the first dimension of resilience, persistence. If you persist, you are resilient. So when you resist to change and persist, you are resilient. It is, however, important to make a conceptual distinction here between risk aversion, as classically understood in the literature, and resistance to change. Although both may lead to the same outcome, persistence and absence of change, but risk aversion that results from a lack of alternatives is often observed amongst the poor and who are not able to embrace change or innovation or adapt, not because they do not want to, but because they cannot afford it. In contrast, resistance to change is observed amongst actors who could change or transform. So those who resist are people who could change, but have relatively large economic, financial, or political interests in maintaining the status quo. In that sense, it is also important to realize that change sometimes happens precisely to ensure the persistence of the status quo. In other words, transformation or adaptation per se is not necessarily signs of positive change, but can instead be instrumentalized by elites to ensure the resilience of the status quo. So, one of the biggest potential dangers with respect to resilience is perhaps its increasing interpretation as a normative concept, and as a consequence, the fact that it starts to become the new paradigm whereby each and every good development project in the future will have to include resilience component, in the same way that every project in the years 2000s had to be participatory. So from being participatory, now we have to have development projects that are resilient. So we have to think about this concept very carefully. So in relation to poverty and the potential use of resilience as a normative concept in the domain of human development, a closer look reveals that there is no clear relation between poverty alleviation and resilience. Resilience is poor neutral. In other words, it is not a pro-poor concept. Nothing in it makes it specifically linked to the poor, except perhaps that the poor are often presented and assumed to be more vulnerable or less resilient than others. And this assumption is where the concept of resilience starts falling apart. Indeed, in contrast to what people seem to believe, households can be very poor and very resilient. In fact, we would argue that the chronic poor are very resilient to be able to survive. A homeless person has to be resilient. But clearly, what these chronic poor need is not more resilience, but less poverty and less marginalization. Therefore, the whole discourse about how it is important to build resilience as a tool for poverty reduction is flawed. There is no direct and obvious way out of poverty through resilience. Ultimately, development should continue to be about poverty reduction and well-being. So development should be focused on poverty reduction and well-being, and not about resilience building, unless we change what we mean by resilience. One way out of this is to ensure that resilience analysis takes into account agency, inequity, and the power dynamics. There are some early conceptual attempts to integrate theories of resilience and power. A more organic way to bring this power and agency concerns more systematically into resilience thinking would be to incorporate them directly into the conceptualization of resilience. This link between resilience, power, and agency may not be as hard to make as we may think. Indeed, recognizing that resilience is about the capability of individuals, households, or community members to adapt, to change, to anticipate, or to respond, in the case of this presentation, to shocks and future uncertainty due to the pandemic, is also recognizing that resilience is about agency and about the ability for these people to make informed decisions that have an effect on their own life. This interpretation of resilience is closer to the capability concept as Sen described it. Therefore, in development and policy discourses, when we use the concept resilience, it should be related to the ability to support the buffering capacities of vulnerable livelihood systems, or to strengthen the adaptive capacities of people and their institutions, or to generate innovation and learning that allow these people to engage in transformative actions. And with that, there is a need to shift the focus towards capacity, capability, and agency. So I will bring my discussion to a conclusion. If applied uncritically, a resilience-based approach might end up leading us towards abandoning interest in the poorest for the sake of strengthening community or ecosystem level resilience. On the basis of this analysis, it seems that practitioners and development agencies, if they really want resilience to become a true instrument of poverty alleviation, should step back, consider the objectives of their interventions, and then assess more carefully and rigorously how resilience can support or hinder these objectives. A growing body of literature points at the facets of differential vulnerability and exposure to the impact of crisis across genders, stressing that women are not inherently more at risk, but that intersections between gender, power dynamics, and socioeconomic structures and societal expectations results in impacts being experienced very differently by women. I started the discussion based on these, on the risk and the differential impact of crises on women and men. So the COVID-19 pandemic magnifies women's existing inequalities and vulnerabilities. Women's vulnerabilities are exacerbated during times of crisis and disease outbreak, and research has also highlighted missed opportunities for action when women's agency in policy and decision-making is not fully seized. Gender inequality, I'm finishing. Gender inequality, despite its prominence as a cross-cutting theme in the sustainable development discourse, lacks concrete operationalization in the analysis of future impacts of crises on gender inequality and the extent to which this can be avoided. And current and future damages from crises are tied to the ability with which affected communities and nations adapt to changing conditions. Adaptive capacity, in turn, it hinges on a range of socioeconomic factors, gender inequality playing one of the central roles, particularly in areas most vulnerable to these crises. The linkages between gender inequality and adaptive capacity range from uneven access to resources to cultural norms and entrenched social structures. So the concept of resilience can help development practitioners and policymakers advance their work in ways which support gender equality for purposes of elevating the vulnerable out of poverty. Resilience approaches need to be rooted in understanding the contributions and challenges faced by women living in poverty, and the gender perspective should be integral in poverty eradication programs through resilience enhancements, which is related to strengthening the capability of poor households by focusing especially on women's capability and capacity in the new normal pathways out of vulnerability and poverty. A new normal notion of development nested on resilience, capability, agency, and women's empowerment is an approach that governments can use to intervene more effectively in situations of large-scale crises like the COVID-19 pandemic to take the poor out of poverty and hinder more people falling into poverty. This is what I would like to see happen, especially in the resetting and the restoring of the Malaysian economy. Thank you very much. Sorry for taking up more time.
Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Shanti, for a very thought-provoking and informative presentation. Now we are open for Q&A. So if you have any questions, please click on the Q&A button. I think we have one question here, Shanti. Questions from Dr. Rilia Akhtar.
Okay, how does gender affect resilience, and which gender is more resilient?
Yes.
I think it's very difficult for us to say gender does affect resilience, especially if we think in terms of capability. The poor, and if you are female and poor, you tend to be deprived of capability. And when your capability is deprived, your ability to be resilient will be much lower. So that's why we say that, you know, during the pandemic, the most vulnerable are women and children. So that's my position on which how does gender affect resilience? It does. But if we take gender into consideration, you can make families and households more resilient by encouraging greater investment in capacity and capability enhancement. Which gender is more resilient? I would say that the gender that has got more access to resources, power, and power will be more resilient compared to the gender that has less access to resources and power. Okay.
Thank you for the answer. Okay, I'm not sure whether we have any more questions. But anyway, while waiting for the questions, I probably have a question to ask. Dr. Shanti, you actually mentioned about resilience approaches that need to be rooted to understand the contributions and challenges faced by women. Can you perhaps elaborate more on this and give maybe some examples on the kind of approaches?
Yes, I think that, I mean, in terms of anchoring our discussion on how development should be nested on resilience, we cannot ignore women and the importance of making sure that women are in the process of development. So we have to invest more in terms of looking at how we can contribute to increasing capabilities, and as a component, as an important element of resilience, and not so in terms of, say, how we are going to address poverty, how are we going to hinder the poor, people who are not poor entering into poverty? If only there has been a lot of, there has been some decent amount of investment in understanding local level processes within the community, within the neighborhood. How do we help people manage the crisis they are facing, for example? Then they would be able to adapt and innovate, for example. But if we do not look at it, and we look at it as if, you know, they are not resilient, you know, the reason for them not being resilient, you find excuses to say that they are not able to deal with the shocks and the crisis. You see a rise in mental health problems, you see a rise in suicides, we see a rise in, you know, domestic violence. So basically, we have to get policymakers to start looking at such concepts. You know, I feel like most of the policy level interventions that we are seeing is to maintain status quo rather than to understand and to, you know, be empathetic to the situations of people. You have, you know, you have wage subsidies. Of course, they are helpful. You have, you know, support for loan moratorium. You know, you don't have to pay your loan. These are things that are helpful so that people, you know, people will survive the shock and the crisis. But we have people who are already in a very, very vulnerable situation. How much are we investing in, you know, supporting these people's capacity and capability to come out of the vulnerable situation they are in? So there's a lot of very in-depth thinking that has to go into this. But at the moment, I feel our policy discourses and policy narratives are still at the status quo level, maintaining and supporting the status quo without seeing, you know, how our groups that are very marginalized, who are very vulnerable, if we focus on them, how it is going to contribute to well-being of the nation, how it's going to contribute to well-being of the family and, you know, community. So I think there is a policy level shift that needs to take place, because I think development is also, it's very important for us to look at the poor in the process of development, so that development is not just about doing the right things to contribute to economic growth. How is that economic growth going to help the poor? How is it going to help the vulnerable? We don't see those kind of connections. Maybe because I'm an anthropologist, I work with communities on the ground. I find that there is this huge mismatch. So when people are suffering from shocks from the crisis that they are in, policies tend to be very detached from the lived realities of the people on the ground. Did I answer your question, Dr. Ruana? I think it's very difficult for me to answer in terms of proposing, because this is still work in progress, and I'm still really thinking very heavily in terms of how to embrace the concept of resilience, but embrace it in a way in which it's empowering the poor, by recognizing the agency of the poor, and also to understand the power dynamics, how the state and the local government, and contribute towards improving the state, improving the lives of the poor and the well-being of the poor, especially the well-being of women. Because we know that there's been a lot of regressive changes that has taken place, especially for women in terms of equality. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, yes.
Okay. Yeah, while waiting for questions, you actually mentioned something about the intervention program that is just like a status quo, right? Oh, yeah, perhaps what kind of intervention program that you probably would like to see? I mean, it's just like I say, it's just the same thing, and it is not. Okay. I mean, I know that the work is in progress. I mean, what kind of intervention program that you would like to see happening?
Yeah, I think that we need to, like, for example, we have certain policies, like recently they had affirmative action policies, okay? Affirmative action policies that are reproduced over and over and over again without reflection. This kind of affirmative action policies have been in our system from 1970. It's time for us to take stock and say what happened and why are we in this state where we continuously need to have an affirmative action policy targeting a particular ethnic group rather than a particular vulnerable social group, for example. When the initial stages of the Malaysia's affirmative action policy from 1970 to 1990, the focus was looking at the poor. There was so much emphasis and so much investment in lifting the poor out of poverty. But if we look at the policy agenda of today in terms of, the affirmative action policy that's been, that's coming out in terms of budget allocations and other things, and when so much has gone into it, why have we failed? Isn't it time for us to take stock and question ourselves? Or if they have made the people that were targeted more resilient to change, or have the policies made them weaker and very dependent? We don't know. So has the capability of the people who are targeted by this affirmative action policies improved? Why? Why do you perpetuate and continuously contribute to a policy that sees no results? And what is the outcome? Who should be held responsible for such massive failures in outcomes? So we have to take stock. So reflect, take stock and say, okay, we need to actually help people, and people who, who desperately need the help. And they can be the very people that the affirmative action policy was directed at. But are we making them resilient from a capability approach, for example?
Okay.
Are they able to withstand shocks? Are they able to withstand risks? Why are the very people we want to help not able to withstand risks and shocks? Why are they so vulnerable? Why is that they have to continuously be supported for so many decades? So there must be something not right here. The policy agenda, the budgetary allocation, and the outcomes. Why is that mismatch? So let's analyze, take stock, and then reflect, and then redirect the resources in the right area to make sure that the very people you want to help are strong enough, because crises are keep on coming, and you will have to face these crises. You cannot create dependency. You have to create freedom. You have to give agency. You have to empower. If we are not able to empower the very people we are targeting, then it's a massive failure in policies.
Okay, thank you. We have questions here, 3 questions perhaps. Can you see the questions, Dr. Chandra?
Yes. How can current Malaysian government programs empower women, say poverty elevation programs and entrepreneurial grants, women's health, or one-off cash transfers improve in order to help women build capability and capacity to create pathways out of vulnerability and poverty? Do they even frame current efforts in this lens? That's what my concern is all about. See the efforts that are out there. I mean, there's a lot of money spent, we have massive cash transfer programs, we have wage subsidy programs, we have all these things that, but they are not efforts that are targeted using this frame, this lens. And sometimes, I continue the question, it's a good question. Sometimes feels like a fiscal afterthought, and legislation to deal with women's issues, can't abuse, sexual harassment, and it's an ad hoc thing that they add on to. But it is a systemic thing they need to address. Women make up 50% of the population. They are extremely important citizens and important people to receive the attention to ensure that, the country progresses and these people progress. So I don't see concerted effort in programs to empower, or even programs that enhances women's agency. We hear discourses that are continuously perpetuating, traditional gender norms, it's very, very disturbing. And Malaysia's ranking in terms of women's empowerment and the gender gap index, we are declining and declining and declining, because we don't want to pay attention to this. We take it as something that is very marginal and insignificant. We are only above Burma and we are below the rest of ASEAN countries in terms of our gender gap index. For a middle income country, we are even lower than the lower income countries like Laos and Cambodia. We are only above Myanmar and we are below the rest of ASEAN member countries. So it tells us a lot in terms of our policy direction. It tells us a lot about our commitment to address gender inequality of women's, to ensure women's empowerment in the policy domain. Investments are being made, budgetary allocations are given so that gender mainstreaming is taking place. All this needs to be looked at seriously, and it contributes to well-being. Nobody needs to be threatened by this. It will contribute to the woman's well-being, to her family's well-being, to the community's well-being, and to the nation's well-being. That's the reason for why we have all these indexes and indicators, and Malaysia ratifies all these conventions, but then when it comes to how we are performing on these indicators, we are not doing a good job, very bad job. We are not using the right lens. We're not using the right perspective. So I think it's time we need to take stock, reflect, and say, let's do what is right for the country and for the people of this country and for the women of this country. They are also Malaysians, So that's the first question. I hope I've answered. It's a good question. Thank you very much. If we cannot rely on federal or state interventions, what about the state of current civil society organizations and NGOs? Women's work also status quo, or is there progress? I think we need to spend more time with civil society organizations and NGOs. I think in terms of them working on the ground, dealing with the day-to-day needs. It looks like the civil society organization is very occupied now in the times of crisis and the pandemic to address very urgent needs of the poor, providing food, ensuring the children going to attending classes. They're doing the firefighting, making sure poor people are not evicted from their houses. So you see, civil society organizations focus on the welfare dimension. They're not looking at the strategic needs of women and the strategic, they are looking very much on the practical needs of women and the practical needs of the community and children, but not the strategic needs. So these are questions that has to be raised, and they need to rethink in terms of strategy. How do we improve issues related to the strategic needs of women, addressing agency, empowerment, power relations, improving women's decision-making roles in society, increasing the number of women in parliament, for example. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, but the resources and the energy needed for this massive work, I feel sorry for the civil society organizations and women's NGOs, because they have their hands rather full doing the firefighting and the day-to-day welfare-related work that is also very urgent and needed. The third question is, understandably, women's issues emerge from a huge interplay between different forces in society, including that of men's issues and gendered institutions. How do we broaden the scope of social work to address gender issues in a more holistic manner? Social work. It's not my field of expertise, but I think social work actually can play an important role in terms of addressing gender issues. For example, we need a much more gender-sensitive social work approach, instead of social work looking at addressing a lot of welfare-related concerns. So they need to frame their interventions in a much more agentic and empowering manner, rather than, these people need help and I'm going in to help them. And, after that, whether the help I render is going to bring, can contribute to improved capabilities or empowerment, it is something that we need to ensure that social work is also something that includes ability of the clients that the social workers are working with to be empowered, to be more agentic, to be more independent, rather than create dependency. Hope I answered your questions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shanti, for all the feedback. I think we don't have, we have to stop here for now. Before I end, I just want to thank Dr. Shanti again. think Dr. Shanti has touched and highlighted very pertinent issues on the need to integrate resilience and a gender perspective in the new normal development, and the need for policymakers to embrace the idea of resilience and resilient enhancement in the new normal pathways out of vulnerability and poverty, and also was also highlighted. Once again, on behalf of UAC, I would like to thank Associate Professor Dr. Shanti for her insightful presentation. And I believe the facts and ideas, information that Dr. Shanti has shared with us will help greatly in the development and formulation of policies that eventually translate into programs that will integrate resilience and a gender perspective in the new normal development. Thank you very much to all participants for investing your time to be with us this afternoon. Stay tuned to UAC 2021 next presentation. On that note, I hand over the floor to conference MC, Dr. Diana. Over to you, Dr. Diana. Thank you and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Shanti and also Dr. Rohana for the very interesting session on gender and resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a short break until 3:15 p.m. and see you very soon.
Tunjukkan gambar.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the third session under the theme Poverty and Inequality, the topic is Growth with Redistribution, Listening to the Malaysian Miracle. Now I would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Emeritus